Alright. Let's get back to it, huh? Happy ban announcement day, everybody. We're going live. I don't actually know if the ban is officially live on Moto. Might wait a few minutes. We'll spend some time talking about formats and decks and stuff, but I'm kind of waiting for MTG to tweet to make sure that I don't accidentally queue into people playing Scam for the last couple of minutes. It says it goes live 13 minutes ago, but usually they tweet out something that says, hey, the ban list is live or whatever. But anyway, for those of you not in the know, Grief got the axe in Legacy finally, amongst other changes for other formats that I don't really play. Grief is dead. We are all free from Scam finally. It's been a long 2 months for many of us. I'm happy to return to Legacy. Hello, QDI. How's it going? But more than anything, I'm happy to get my nose to the grindstone in regards to death and taxes. They very specifically... So, my greatest fear kind of came to fruition, amusingly enough. I'm not terribly concerned about it because I foresee that D&T's Frog matchup will generally be pretty good, but my concern was that they were going to just ban Grief and say, hey, we're going to let Frog settle into a non-Grief meta and, like, see if it's a power outlier still and then ban it in due time if necessary, which they did. But my concern was they will then take way too much time to do that and not ban it during the upcoming ban announcement, which was presumably after Duskmorn, sometime in, like, October, before Eternal Weekend. They'll be like, Eternal Weekend's so close, we're not going to ban Frog. But they went ahead and just went up to that and just said, hey, no more ban announcements until December, so we are locked and loaded with the format that we are going to get for Eternal Weekend. Minus Duskmorn cards, obviously. So there is a 0% chance that Frog is going to be banned between now and Eternal Weekend. So now we at least, all the information is on the table. We know what the terms of engagement are, and it is, we're probably going to live in a Frog format. I will be ecstatic if I and many other Legacy players are wrong in that Frog doesn't take over the format, but it's felt more and more like it. That we'll just get a Frog format, which is several degrees above a Grief format in quality at the very least. Having a tempo deck sit at the top is a lot more palatable than having this, like, gross combo tempo deck sitting at the top, where you're playing a league and not the last based prelim, because I don't hate myself, Adam. So we will be diving back into a lot of Death and Taxes. Primarily, I think I'm going to be experimenting with mono white and probably more red white as time goes on, especially as we get a Duskmorn and eventually we get Chainsaw printed. But that's not for about another month. But I think I'm going to put black-white on the back burners. I think there's a very good chance black-white's still pretty good, especially depends on how the meta shakes out, but in terms of decks that I'm planning to attack, I'm not as interested in the black cards as I am in just, like, a solid mono-white deck, or potentially the tools that red-white offers. Stuff like Pyroblast and Magus are really high on my list for, you know, Post and Eldrazi and Nadu and Frog. And it's always good to go back to mono-white in a new format, see if the mono-white cards are good yet. It's a little unfortunate, actually, that the blue-black tempo deck popped up, because it was looking really nice when Grixis Delver was, like, the top dog, was, like, lurking right below Grief, right below Scam, and, like, White Orchid Phantom was poised to be really fucked up versus Grixis Delver. But if the blue-black just, like, tempo deck with two basics comes back, like, kind of rises to the top as one of the primary decks, the White Orchid Phantom kind of looks bad again. So we'll see. I do nothing, a lot of things for the Prime sub, appreciated. But this is my starting list. I am doing due diligence on Felia. I still have not been impressed with this card outside of Dual Commander. Some people still really like it. I'm gonna, like, give it a shot, but I think this list would probably just be improved straight up if I just, like, played Force Spirit instead of these two Felias here. But I'm gonna try Felia again, see if I'm wrong. The Sigandro Castle is almost also certainly wrong, but it's a card that, like, pairs well with Felia, and you have, you know, Thalia, Protect from Bowmasters, and obviously your Yorion deck with a fairly low opportunity cost of running it in your mono-white deck. I'm also trying the Surveil land, something that I never actually tried in mono-white, because I gave up pretty quick on mono-white in favor of black-white in the Grief meta. you can like fetch it out via blowing up your flagstones, right? Whenever you legend roll your flagstones or white orchid phantom your own flagstones, you can just get the surveil 1. It's something that some people have talked about. I don't know if it's actually worth, but just trying stuff out, right? And just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks in the new format. Other than that, pretty rock solid standard list. We're playing the main deck Path because I think this format's just gonna be really creature heavy at this point. We're gonna have like blue black tempo. We're gonna have Eldrazi. Just like frog decks everywhere. I just really want to load up on a lot of removal spells. Hey, K-Ponce, the Harbinger of Creeps banning. That's my wife more than me, honestly, with her Twitter thread. Other than that, not a lot to say about the main deck, I don't think. In terms of the sideboard, the biggest thing here is I kind of wanted to try Damping Sphere, because I've been really racking my brain on cards that are good against Eldrazi, because I haven't played against Eldrazi a lot, but everyone that I talk to, every D&D player that I talk to seems to think that the Eldrazi matchups is just like horseshit, unwinnable garbage, which I feel like isn't the case. It just doesn't make sense to me in my head, but like maybe I'm just like I'm totally off base and I need more experience in the matchup. I need to get run over by some Eldrazi players to figure that out. But I think Damping Sphere might be an okay, like, kind of meet the middle card of like, hey, this is good against like combo, it's good against like cloud posted stuff, and it's also just helpful against Eldrazi where you want it. Trying a Wrath of the Sky is really bad against Eldrazi, but really good against like Painter, something that I expect to see pop up. Okay against a lot of the different Nadu strategies. They tend to have a lot of miscellaneous 1-drops that you can sweep up, and then obviously pretty decent against the tempo decks as well. Especially the blue-black lists that are like lower on Murktides and in favor of a bunch of cheap stuff, like, you know, Nethergoyf Tameo. Does this blow up Tameos? It does. Flips Tameos? It doesn't, right? Yeah, creature, artifact, enchantment. But it like sweeps up like a Tameo and a bunch of clue tokens if they haven't like had time to crack them all yet, or like kills Nethergoyf, sweeps up like Bowmaster and the token, frog, stuff like that. Seems okay. Cataclysm, probably just a cute pet card, but honestly, as far as mono white goes, I can't really think of a lot of good cards against Nadu. So it might just be like you just want to present a clock and then just Armageddon them. If that's the case, maybe we just play Armageddon instead of Cataclysm. But I don't know. Like I said, trying stuff. Just throwing stuff at the wall, seeing what sticks. Hey, Jarvis, how's it going? You're a pro frog streamer, right? Oh yeah, of course. Certainly a pro frog streamer. Interesting to see Laron main in a post-Witch Enchanter world. There's a chance you could just play no Laron in mono white too. It's just like really good with Caracas. One cheaper than Witch Enchanter matters a lot in some of the faster Urza Saga matchups. It's like fairly low opportunity cost. You want to play Witch Enchanter as your land a lot. I've thought about playing 34 in these decks because Witch Enchanter's like less of a land than I want it to be. Thoughts on Archivist of Ogma? Unplayable. Never touching my deck lists for the foreseeable future. Other than that, I think that's about all I wanted to touch on as far as mono white. I also have a red-white list, like, half cooked up. There's also some non-D&T stuff that I want to try. We're not going to get to that today. I'll probably play like 1.5 to 2 D&T leagues today, but I have some like Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls stuff that I want to try, just like mono white or like light splashes, just like mono white aggro decks. Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride have just been really powerful in Modern. I kind of want to see if those shells work out in Legacy as well. I think the shell looks like Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, a Johnny, potentially Jacked Rabbit. Jacked Rabbit might be a meme, but it seems like it could potentially be playable. And then kind of build out from there. And I'm not really sure what the rest of the cards look like. I've listed in my head, but I have nothing like on paper. But like you can play Chrome Mox versions, Aether Valve versions, Mox Diamond versions with like Urza Saga and Samwise. Or just play none of those and play like just straight like mono white. You don't like curves out kind of at 2. You don't really need Aether Vial, and like there's a bunch of artifacts that I kind of want to play, so Chrome Mox gets worse. Is pre-war formal art on MTGO yet? If it was, you would see one in this list. You'd probably see 2 in this list. But for now, let's get into a league with just classic mono white. Well, I guess hang on. Let's double check that the leagues are safe. That's the most important thing to do. Because if I go into a Legacy League right now and I play against someone casting Grief, I will cry. Does anyone have any proof that that the leagues are safe? I guess I could try to register a grief deck, right? Do I own any griefs? Probably not. I don't own any griefs, dang. Is the red for Elegant Power just aesthetic? Yeah, you can play whatever Surveillant you want. Make people sweat. Think about Magus of the Moon. Oh, you can't oh yeah, I could just put it in the deck. You can't register it, but you can finish your current league. Why not have a register? Don't they usually, like, kick everyone out after, like, on ban days? They usually say, hey, you have, like, a day to finish up your league or whatever. Is it because I don't own this, or contains banned cards? Okay. So Grief is officially banned on the client. But maybe they haven't, like, purged the leagues of Grief players yet. I'm still in the Legacy Prelim and it tells me... Well, the Legacy Prelim's different. It's an event that's ongoing where it locks in your deck list, right? I guess Prelims also lock in your deck list, but... I guess we'll just have to brave the waters, huh? And if we play against someone casting Grief, we'll just cry about it. If you get Grief, just request double reimbursement. I mean, you probably can just file for comp every time if you get griefed at all. Let's just play. We're here to play. We get griefed, we get griefed. It says my main deck illegal lets me submit during sideboarding. Amazing. You could maybe play the Laurent sideboard or not at all in this meta. Well, I guess the big thing is that we don't really know what this meta entails, right? The expected meta is definitely just like blue-black X, Tempo, Eldrazi, Nadu. Some number of combo decks will probably come back in the short term. Just because Grief was like a pretty huge combo police. I expect that most of the combo decks will kind of die off as they figure out that they still can't beat the combo police when it's just Delver. But there might be like some diamond in the rough combo deck that's like using Vexing Bauble as protection. I've also considered Vexing Bauble as an upgrade to Initiative. Like Initiative Zombie playing Vexing Bauble and Plow instead of Chalice. Something that's also on my list. A lot of stuff to try between now and Eternal Weekend. How do you feel about control decks being... I mean, I'm not a control deck expert, so I never know what the control deck guys are going to do. Beans is probably approximately as playable as it was pre-Scam, right? The Plow decks were like medium against Scam. My opponent is 3-1, so they're probably playing a deck that was legal an hour or two ago. Question is, if we get Grief, do we just like snap concede and go home? What about Beans versus Eldrazi? Yeah, and even just like Beans versus Frog. Like, Frog just is a terrifying cards. I mean, I'll keep this. Grief me. Come on, just do it. It's your last... If we get griefed, I might just snap concede. They're 3-1. Just, like, let them not play Grief. Yeah, exactly. Conceding to push them out as soon as possible, yeah. If they're just... If that's what they're doing. They might. I mean, they might just be on, like, regular-ass Reanimator. I almost want to hold up Swords to Plowshares, but I'm just going to cast Aether Vial and lose. It's fine. Grizzbrand. This might just be like actual Reanimator, like red-black, but they probably would have Grief in their deck still. Interesting choice. Alright, unfortunately I have no ability to punish this at all. That's an ability to punish this, huh? But we're just gonna cast Stoneforge for Lion Sash here, so I can guarantee get it down next turn. Like, I don't need the Crocus up. They're gonna draw like 14 cards anyway, right? Second Entomb, sure. I guess that's maybe opponent shift. They just reanimate both of these in the same turn. I mean, we're just gonna die when that happens. Hey, we win! Look at that. As a longtime Miracles player, I wish Top would be unbanned. I wouldn't waste too much brain power on that one. Too much cope. They didn't want any more of that. They kept their hand. I guess they mulled a 6 and probably had like turn 1 Entomb, turn 1 Entomb, turn 2 Animate Dead or something versus D&T, which is like probably fine. Wow, I don't remember how to sideboard at all. Well, Ophelia seems pretty fucking unplayable versus Eldrazi, or versus Reanimator, huh? Cut like Mother of Runes. Cut Flicker Wisp. This seems fine. Actually, maybe cut a Skyclave over a Wisp. Huh. Skyclave good if they don't have... I mean, presumably they have Grief in their deck, but like thinking in a world where my opponent's deck no longer has 4 Griefs in it. Like the countdown timer is ticking up now. Yeah, it's very fun. It has like the confetti coming down. I was almost gonna delete it, but I just like decided to leave it up for at least today's stream. It's very, very fun. Maybe we'll change the countdown timer to Frog, huh? Do I want Deafening Silence in this matchup? Probably, yeah. It's board like this. Seems fine. That's true. Yeah, Callum's Miracles list was pretty cool. Confused what caused that concession. My opponent knew that I put Lion Sash in my hand, and they had entombed for 2 giant creatures, and I was going to untap with a Lion Sash and 2 white mana. So they were like, yeah, we ain't winning. I only have like 3 surgicals in my deck as like real hate. That being said, sand kind of sucks, huh? Mold to 6. I don't know about Fairy Macabre in a sec. Fairy Macabre might be better than the 3rd surgical. I think I'll mulligan for at least like a 2-drop. Alright, well, this hand's much better. Bottom Wisp. Oh, they are on Scam. Look at that. They're on the Scam with Grizzlebrand. Boarded a little bit poorly then. Well, hopefully we can give this Scam player a loss, huh? Oh, these probably shouldn't be in my deck, huh? Versus like Red-Black Reanimator even. Just like these probably are better as like Flicker Wisps or Skyclave. I'm not used to like having to think about White Orchid Phantom boarding patterns. Somebody followed. Hey, Stencil, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. For our Deafening Silence. I mean, probably not worth casting versus Scam. Probably just better to hold it in my hand to pitch to Solitude at this stage. Maybe it is worth casting, huh? It protects... It protects, like, if they go for, like, Entomb or whatever and they reanimate it, it protects Surgical from, like, Force. It's, like, kind of funny. We have White Orchid to pitch to Solitude, because White Orchid also sucks for a Scam. Yeah, fuck it, it's funny. Cast Entomb, come on. Dang. I guess they can cast Entomb now. Oh, yes, come on. If they grief me here, just it's over. It's just like so much salt. Just pure rage that they could grief into reanimate. I guess we could surgical in response, but then they can counter. No thank you. When we'll be playing Boros D&D with 8 Pyros main. I don't know about 8 Pyros main, or any Pyros main really, but probably playing some Boros D&T after this mono white D&T stream or league. Take a quick snapshot of what the fuck is going on here. 3 Psychic Frogs? Are they playing Griefless? Oh, are they? Good for them. They just queued up with Griefless during the downtime. Alright, respect. They're playing like actual... This is not someone finishing their last match of Scam. This is someone playing post-Griefban Reanimator. Nice. I'm gonna look at this list more afterwards. I'm gonna let them do their thing. Deck list should be on Flick Slot. I have not put it on... Oh, they're gonna mill the Grizzlebrand Fun. I've not put it on Stream Decker because I'm bad. Well, they had Thoughtseize in their deck too. I think the Shield Regent is probably a sideboard card. So they do know their top card. The question is if they want to like shuffle it away, right? They have basics, presumably. They have basic Swamp and basic Island. Yeah, this is pretty much... Yeah, they have like 2 Thoughtseize here still. A bunch of Fatal Push. 1 Borrower. 1 Daze. They might have boarded out Dazes. EE's not great for me. They are drawing their hidden card, so I think I do just want to White Orchid them. I'm not White Orchiding myself. They know their top card, right? Because they brainstormed and milled the 1, so they know the card underneath it, and they know, like, they might have, like, hit it for reasons. So let's just... You hope no Felia? We're trying some Felias. I don't have high expectations, but I'm doing my homework on the card. As I immediately board it out. I'd board it back in if I knew my opponent was on Scamless Scam. Do you ever have a Boros list thought out? If so, what are the chances we play Goblin Bombardiers in paper with 2? I mean, I have a Bombardiers... Oh, well, we're probably dead, huh? I have a Bombardiers sitting in my theoretical list. I don't know how actually good it is, but it's cool. They can draw as many cards as they want. They can only cast they can only cast creatures because of the Deafening Silence. So I'll just let them draw cards right now. Although if they just like play Frog and just make a giant frog, that is kind of annoying. I have 2 removal spells at least. But there's Frog. So if they draw 7 to hump the Frog, we just Solitude Frog in response right now. Pitch White Orchid. Probably just have to Solitude this frog, huh? While the shields are up on this Deafening Silence. This Deafening Silence somehow looking pretty decent. We're probably still going to die, but, you know. It's at least funny. Hey, we drew a land. Look at that. There's no real card I want to tutor. The odds of them having Force is just remarkably low. They have no Force of Wills in their entire deck. Huh. Is Evoke equal cast? Yes. Evoke is a cast. No Priest. We do have a Priest. Yeah, I was just thinking that, like, casting one of my spells wouldn't do anything, but very much seems like it would do something because they have 1 days and no forces. But also that means we can just Priest on their turn if I really want to. I'm thinking about other options. Because if we just get Priest and we just get, like, Frogged again, we're just kind of fucked, right? I think we just hold Recruiter, because we might need to recruit Skyclave to beat a second Frog. And if they have this combo rolled up again, we can recruit Priest and cast it. So we just wait. Oh, that's not very good for me, huh? What do I do after they blow up all my shit? I think I just have to Priest here. We're just gonna get Frogged and we're never gonna be able to beat it, but like we can't recruit a 2 that we could cast that beats Frog. The only thing we can recruit is like Solitude. If we draw a land or a white card, we can kill it. We could draw a we could recruit our 1 Skyclave in the deck. I think I have better odds of winning with Priest than I do. We have a lot of outs to beat a Frog. Sure. Like, Priest does help me beat just, you know, like, Animate Dead Troll or whatever. Or just Entomb, Reanimate, Archon. Plenty of things that just kill me here when they just drew 7 cards. That Deafening Silence was just very amusingly decent there. I mean, it actually ended up doing almost nothing based on what we like saw in their hand and stuff, but we'll just play around a lot of stuff. But obviously we'll board it out for game 3 if we get there. This deck does not look like it's built with Lotus Petals and Dark Rituals, which is why you would board it in for something like Red-Black. What you got, opponent? Have anything else that's, like, scary? It's just Frogs, right? And obviously they have a bunch of removal spells, but the Edicts can't hit. They could have Push for Priest. Edicts can't hit Priest right now. This deck looks so good without Grief. Impressive, really. Yeah, imagine if they had cast Grief and instead of casting Reanimate the turn that I had Surgical Extraction. Oh, there it goes. Well, that Wasteland doesn't seem very good. I think I'm gonna hold it. There's no reason to put Yorion in my hand. If I play it, they just Wasteland it. The only reason I would play it out right now is to Wasteland them, keep them off of, like, Hardcast Troll. You have 6. But I think I'd rather hold it to, like, cast a 3-drop. I think we can beat Hardcast Troll at this point. I don't know why I still have this open. Got him. 2 damage. That's why we don't play the Wasteland. Happy Grief Band Day? Hell yeah. You animating what? My Solitude? Yeah. Makes sense. Now we'll draw Flicker Wisp. Or Laron, or Skyclave, or... like Anjo Castle. Be much better as basic planes here. That's for sure. Put Yoria in my hand. I guess I don't know about much better. We're still a ways away from putting Yoria into our hand, but we could like play basic planes, put Yoria in our hand, try to get to 5 to Flicker Wisp the Recruiter at some point. Mono White, what year is it? It is 2024 after the Grief Ban, interestingly enough. I think we're gonna do this anyway. Where's Cassandra? It's in the red-white list. You can't play Cassandra in mono-white. Sure. Do they have an Archon? Troll? Yeah. They don't have an Archon. Kind of crazy, honestly. Flicker Wisp would just be insane right now. It's not bad. I mean, it's not very good against Troll, huh? Oh god, what the... Moto, please. Moto just started lagging like crazy. Cauldron is certainly better here than Sash, that's for sure. We have lethal before they do, I think. They attack me for 8, they go to 9, I attack them for 5, put them to 4. They attack me down to 2, and then I technically have lethal. Pre-war form royal, let's go. Yeah, pre-war form royal would be pretty good there, huh? Get back Recruit to the Guard, get Flicker Wisp for Solitude. Or just, like, Solitude for Troll. Certainly a formal war moment if there ever was one. Like, we can't do everything at once. We will blast frogs at some point, certainly. But we cannot... There's only so much time in the day. There are plenty of things to try. What is going on with Moto? It's lagging like crazy. 200 card Mardu D&T. I think we played Jeskai D&T when we played Battle of Wits D&T for that charity event. Alright, yeah, that's fine. Now we can board as if they're actually scamless scam. Which is... They had a bunch of Shieldred's Edict. Mother of Runes is okay against Edict, right? Because it insulates the creature from the Edict anyway. Let's just get these fucking Deafening Silences and White Orchid Phantoms out of our deck, though. That's step 1. And I want to figure out what's actually good. Hey, is thy best? Thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Also, I missed Mozart in a go-kart. Thanks for the follow as well. So we got about 4 slots. Is there anything else that I brought in that was weird? Not really. We could even board out the Laron as well. Laron seems pretty piss poor, huh? I think versus quad Fatal Push, triple Edict, I'm fine with boarding the Moms back in. It's not exciting, but it at least eats an Edict or, like, turns off the Fatal Push, and we could probably just do this, like a pretty clean cut. Watching the Secret Lair Showdown, how many people had to read was peak. It is very funny every time someone has to read. One of my opponents read, like, had to read, like, multiple, every line of text came up, it's just like, it's 3 mana? And then read again, like, +2/+2? And I attack, and they're like, Vigilance? It's so good, man. I want pre-war form war so bad. What do you think about the list of the top 2 of the major that had Bauble instead of Thalia Ghost Quarter? I don't think Bauble is going to be a good card in D&T. Bobble is a more exciting card for me when it A, stops combo, like, is a good combo deterrent, and B, is, like, helps your deck out a lot, like, protects your stuff. And D&D is not a deck that generally cares a ton about, for, like, Force of Will and stuff. So I'm not super keen on, like, playing Bobble. Like, Bobble interests me more in a Stompy Shell, right? Where you do want to just jam your stuff through Force of Wills for like, not have to worry about it. Like, I'm interested in trying Vexing Bobble in Initiative over Chalice of the Void, stuff like that. But D&T as a deck doesn't really care about that nearly as much. So I'm definitely less interested in it. Ghost Quarter first port, you can kind of take or leave. Anyway, this hand is just fantastic. We're snap keeping this. I don't know why I'm, like, sitting here chatting. Have I played any Ocelot? That's also on the list of things that I want to try. I want to try a lot of different Ocelot Pride decks. I'm not even close to sure how to build them, but I'm very keen on trying them in some capacity. I have like I mentioned up top, I think there's a core for Ocelot Pride, like Pride Guide, a Johnny, and probably Jackrabbit is a card that I would include in a lot of my primary lists. But it's more speculative. Maybe that card is, like, actually a joke. I'm not sure. But, like, 2-mana, like, Goblin Rabble Master-esque card. It's kind of enticing. Port's kind of nice here because it prevents them from fetching Surveil Land right there. If they just frog me, we just path it. Or they don't. I'm not shocked that a port of the red-white energy deck sucks against combo. It is an extremely fair-oriented deck, and I think you would definitely have to make some deck-building considerations to supplement the strategy versus combo. Yeah, it's fine. I think this Witch Enchanter is just getting played. Blue-white list with Mockingbird and Daze. I don't know about all that. I think if you're probably going to be playing mono-white or, like, a red splash to make a Johnny really good. I don't think I want to shock in this, like, or bolt in this Aether Vial. Our opponent has shown that they have, like, a bunch of engineered explosives. It's a good chance we just don't want to... Hey, HJ Yaz? I'm not sure how to do that one, but thanks for the follow. Appreciated. Almost got too distracted by chat and clicked through my port. I'm not used to porting in 2024. I feel like Brazen Borrow me would be kind of annoying. That's fine. Oh, they have a fatty? Well, that's fine. We got 2 surgical extractions. Ranger Captain's another cool one that I would be interested in playing in those sorts of shells. They just did this and then didn't do anything. I guess that's fine. I'll allow it. File going up. Draw 3 drop. Nope. Alright. I'm just gonna continue to sit here. Yeah, it's fine. Definitely want sack outlets for a Johnny. Yeah, I'm interested in... I think I'm probably too dual commander brained, but I'm interested in trying Lazotep Quarry in like a mono white list. Because it like sack outlets a Johnny and is like a really sick card with in a deck filled with a bunch of like aggressive 1-drop creatures. No, thank you. Wow, that just worked. Are the dual commander queues fairly diverse? Yeah, I've seen, like, how does Quarry interact with Mockingbird? Probably not well, right? You're not spending any mana on the card. Wow, that's a hand, huh? Good thing we have a second surgical, I guess. We just have the 1 days, no forces. What's up, Rainer? How's it going? Chat's really coming in strong. I've been so distracted. I've been like playing really slow this game. Might take a second to recoup after this match. This is Vial just going up to Yorion, and my opponent's hand is just a bunch of cantrips and a Fatal Push that can't kill Yorion, and we have a decent chunk of mana. They shuffled on Ponder. Of course. Every time you take up the Vial, just instantly draw the CMC underneath it. Maybe we play the other Vial now. If they spend their whole turn plus a port, like, blowing up my Vials, then I'll be sad, but not that sad. Sure. Port is great. I do love Rashad and Port. It's just good, clean magic. Legacy got duct taped. I wouldn't call it saved. Yeah, that's a reasonable way to put that, certainly. They did the bare minimum, which I guess they did slightly less than the bare minimum, because they did the bare minimum and then also said we are 100% not going to do anything until after Eternal Weekend. No ban before Eternal Weekend's insane to me. Yeah, it was kind of like their announcement was definitely geared towards formats that weren't Legacy. It was a very aggressive, like, we don't really care about Legacy. This is like for Modern's sake. And then draw 4-drop as soon as we took it. I mean, obviously not a very good 4-drop, but very funny. We don't really need to port them at this point. They do have a Reanimate in hand. Good, something to note. But yeah, we just need to get a clock into play. And like, Violent 5 plus Caracas plus Yorion's just gonna be good to fucking kill them. Which card's on the radar for Legacy? I would say definitely Frog. Below that, like, potentially a card out of, like, Eldrazi or, like, Beanstalk or Bowmaster, depending on how far back you want to look. But definitely, like, Frog is at the top of the list. I don't claim to know what the proper ban for Eldrazi would be, if Eldrazi even needs a ban. I haven't played against Eldrazi nearly enough, mostly because I stopped playing Legacy. No, my Caracas. I need that for killing you. They could have Wasteland plus Shieldr's Edict here. How much do I care? I could just hold the Yorion. It's never gonna get really... It'll get better in 2 turns, I guess. I'm just gonna put it into play. Fuck it. Yeah, it's fine. If it feels like I'm gonna get Shieldr's Edicted. What if we just didn't put anything into play? Nah. Yep. That's fine. If they want to, like, reanimate it, we have Flicker Wisp. No, we don't know these cards are in their hand? No, we do, right? They entombed and animated it after the other brainstorm, so we actually know that their hand is, like, reanimate, fatal push, nothing. I'm, like, totally not... Chat's going by way too fast for me now. We really lost me. Yes. No. Could surgical extract my own Yorion, huh? No, I guess I'll probably surgical extract that troll instead, huh? Just cast 3 surgical extractions against them. Their hand is fatal push underground sea. Sounds good. Cards by the way. Nice. A real timeless classic. 80 cards by the way. Ooh, another Flicker Wisp. Fun. Maybe we just like Flicker Witch Enchanter and just go beat downs. Just get rid of all my lands. No. I guess I could just do that end step. Okay, so they have literal nothing. Yeah, let's just do it. I guess they have Fatal Push live. Do I care? I guess they'll always have Fatal Push live because I didn't choose to cast a Flicker Wisp. Yeah, I'm just gonna go beat downs. I just gotta kill him. Fetch, Fatal Push, the Flicker Wisp, sure, yada yada. How long until you set the time to the December ban? Yeah, probably pretty soon after I get tired of playing as frog decks. If I'm being honest. I hate that you always have to click on stupid Aether Vial triggers. Hey, that's a good card to draw, finally. I think they have, like, almost no win cons left in their entire deck. I think they just have, like, frogs and reanimating my things, because we've surgicaled all their creatures. Did they concede? My game's lagging as if they conceded. No, they didn't. Sure. You gonna Entomb reanimate a frog? Okay, cool. We did it. Ugh, alright. Sorry about that. I didn't expect the torrential amount of messages. Any reason to not blink the Violent 5 there? With the Flicker Wisp? I could, but like you could always just draw like Solitude or Recruit the Guard to make your Violent 5 good. And it takes a while for the Violent 5 going down to 0 to ticking back up to be relevant. I just wanted like a creature to kill them with. With the Yorion, yeah, same thing, kind of. The real argument was probably just don't put in Yori on that turn, but I was just kind of a little bit zoned out of that game at that point. I think the correct play is probably just, okay, they Wasteland Necroticus, untap, and then I'll have Vile on 3 to protect Yorion with Flicker Wisp, because it's pretty clear that they have a Shield's Edict. But I was just kind of on autopilot, because I felt pretty ahead in that game. Did I miss anything super relevant? I don't think so. Would be Kolga, or Kozilek's Command? Yeah, definitely possible. Hey, Coin Man, how's it going? Chatsko is a fast streamer won't know that I prefer Amphibia. That is respectable. I liked Amphibia. As a frog connoisseur, though, I still like Dollhouse more. Is Reanimator still a problem even with the Grief ban? I really don't think so. Some people think that, kind of like the shell we just played against is still pretty viable, and, it seems like fine, but just, it's a lot less three-dimensional than it used to be. Like, the ability to pivot between game plans pretty seamlessly was, like, the biggest, and by far the biggest upside of Scam, I think. Just the ability to seamlessly weave between, like, being a tempo deck and being, like, this deck that could go very long and being this just, like, turn 2 combo deck. And Grief enabled a lot of that. It is most certainly playable. Psychic Frog is a very powerful card that does give a deck like Blue-Black Reanimator a pretty reasonable plan B. But it definitely wouldn't be at the top of my list of concerns. Would have been pretty embarrassing to lose that match. I mean, not that embarrassing after we just kind of threw game 2 because we just, like, boarded as if they were red-black and then cast a fucking, Deafening Silence. Path Losing Simulator. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Is this the D&T stream? This is the D&T stream. We are streaming some D&T here, certainly. Yeah, I very much agree. Grief was really rough for D&T because it was, like, Frog made it so that Leyline was basically unplayable, which means you just had to lean on Surgical / Macabre / Cage, and then Grief would just punish you for any of those keeps. And then also the games could, like, Grief gave the deck the ability to kind of drag its feet a little bit, and then sometimes you would die to, like, the hardcast Grief plan down the road. Especially if you're just, like, jamming a bunch of Solitudes and stuff, and, like, trying to tread water in the early game, like Solituding Frog, getting that Force of Will, going down a bunch of cards, just trying to answer it. Let's upload the red-white list while we're here, though. Has the BNR already been applied to MGGO? So I have been told. I don't know if that means that people that have Grief registered but haven't completed their leagues are still in there or not. But you are not allowed to register Grief and join a league anymore. The ban list is applied, but I don't know if they booted out all the Grief players. What are we doing for red-white? What do I usually do? No, not this Ajani. Isn't there a different Ajani that's like red-white? Maybe not. Maybe we'll just do the Boros thing. They get IP banned if they don't finish the league in time. I wish. I hate this. I fucking hate this moto. Please recognize dual face, like, MDFCs. Which matchup is Cataphor? All of them? Yeah, not quite, but theoretically Cataclysm is for the, like, post matchups, as well as the, like, the Beans matchups, and potentially the Nadu matchup. Which Enchanter? I don't actually own all the cards to this deck, huh? I never actually owned Pyroblasts, huh? Wait, did I update the versions of the collection? I own 1 Pyroblast. Cool. I wish Moto didn't automatically fill with the worst copies of all of my cards, though. I've brought in Cataversal Draws before, it was a bit of a long shot. Yeah, probably depends a little bit. It might be an okay supplementary plan to the fact that you have to be boarding in, like, Path to Exiles and shit, so you are just gonna be ramping them, and eventually you just want to, like, blow up the world. This is a deck I also want to try a Johnny in. A Johnny looks better when you're allowed to play Chainsaw, though. These fucking ugly Thalias out of my deck. Where's good? Gonna see mono white list. Both of the lists are on Flex Slot. I'm also going to upload the mono white one that we're currently playing to Stream Decker, because I forgot to do that. But we will also go right back to the mono white list as soon as I finish tweaking the arts on this one. Oop, no, not what I wanted. Upload, post grief ban, mono white DNT. Okay, and set as current. Alright, if you refresh, should be on Stream Decker now. Is that another Moxfield-esque site? Yes. Both Stream Decker should have an extension that's on the screen for people on desktop, and then Flex Slot is just the site that I use to upload all my deck lists. You know if there's any plans for MTG to add pre-war firmware? I wish. I know nothing of the whims of Daybreak and whether or not WotC will let them have fun yet. But yeah, let me finish putting the finishing touches on this red-white list, and then we'll go there. Yeah, I want to try a Johnny. Maybe a Johnny's still okay in a deck like this. Even without the access to Chainsaw, you just don't have a lot of permanence to synergize with it. A lot of red permanence. This deck does kind of want more 2s. -4 Thalia, +4 a Johnny. Did they say they had the license? It's the ball is completely in WotC's court. Daybreak cannot do anything. If Daybreak could snap their fingers and put Formaware on MTGO, they almost certainly would. Also, hang on, low key, this effect kind of sick. Wait, can I not do it, or is Moto just like lagging here? Maybe this effect isn't sick if it's just broken, huh? Do I have to like enable it? There's a way you like scroll over these things. It works up here at least, where like the image shows up as you like scan it. Worked for you earlier. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, doesn't work in my deck list for some reason. Peculiar, but like this is really cool. Didn't WotC lose their window with license? Probably not. Like, it took a year and a half to get the 40k cards onto Moto, but they did it eventually. I suspect, at the very least, something similar will happen with the Fallout cards. I need to get better plows. I don't like these plows either, but I don't like the 40k plows at all. But, like, these plows are bad for other reasons. But yeah, how much are Pyroblasts? Probably can just buy this and play it on my main account rather than switching. Anyway, this is my red-white list for now. We'll get to it after this stream. Someone said, what would you cover firmware? Card at random. Just got literally anything. The deck gets better with firmware. But, like, more helpfully, there's, like, a lot of options. Like, I'm still trying Felia. I don't know if it's actually good. You could potentially play the Loran on the sideboard and play a firmware. You could probably shave a Thalia. This deck probably should be on 4 spirits anyway. You should probably play less than 4 Thalias, but I wanted to ease D&T players in on that one. So we're playing the stock 4 Thalia. But anyway, I think that answered everyone's questions. This is the mono white list for whoever talked about wanting to just to grab the screenshot real quick. All of these lists are on Flex Slot, by the way, for everyone. Both this deck and the red-white list that I just posted. We might try to cook up an Ocelot Pride list. I will almost certainly play an Ocelot Pride, like, not taxes, just like mono white aggro style list. We might try it tomorrow and then play like D&T in the prelim. Have you played with Flage? How's this? I don't think Flage is a D&T card. D&T is not very good at fueling its graveyard in like large swaths. And it obviously like doesn't really synergize with like a lot of the other stuff going on in the deck. Other than like being a creature, you get like Violet in your Flage for free Lightning Helix. Just doesn't really see like it's like big and slow, right? The deck doesn't really want more 3-drops. I don't foresee it being good. Are Savannah gamers safe to play yet? I mean, were they ever? Black-white surveillance strictly better than red-white? Is it? I guess you know why you hardcast your surgicals. Yeah. I was playing the Elegant Parlor for the mind games. Sometimes you'll play Elegant Parlor and your opponent gets like starts sweating, thinking that you're gonna like Magus them, and they fetch their basics. Then you get them with White Orc and Phantom. I suspect that hard casting your surgical off Elegant Parlor will come up approximately as much as hard casting your surgical extraction off of Silent Clearing back in the day, when Horizon Canopy was the morally superior Canopy land choice. When will your twin Evan come back? I wouldn't be surprised if he was just going to stream Thursday. I don't know his exact schedule, but like he was also taking a lot of time off of Legacy because he was similarly frustrated with the state of the format. So I imagine he'll come back. We also have a State of the Noodle Part 2 in the works, probably in like a few months, though. Closer to October, when the meta's more like settled in. We're like a ways out from Eternal Weekend still, but like we get the new cards out of Duskmourn. People know what the battle plan is, what the top decks are over the next month or so. Anyway, let's get back into it. Let's play another league or another match of this. We beat Scamless Scam, which is a great sign. We did it by drawing 3 surgical extractions, and they griefed none of them. Crazy how that works. My opponent has 61 cards in their deck. That means that they are either on goblins, or I am going to die turn 1. I guess it also could be green-white depths players are known to be 61 carders. Called shot green-white depths. Yeah, this stand seems fine against a decent amount. Really happy if my opponent has artifacts and enchantments to blow up, but like we still have Sash, Solitude, pitch card. We'll Surveil on turn 1 for free. We don't have a 1-drop to cast anyway. Crazy. Yeah, maybe the Surveil on turn 1 isn't very good, right? We don't really know what we're looking for. I probably would have kept any like 2-drop Hate Bear. I'm probably just gonna keep this though. Pretty reasonable to just cast on turn 3 versus a lot of stuff. Can't rip that Mazevith from their cold dead hands, yeah. Let's see what happens. Oh, looks like you're right, Green-White Depths. Tasty, Laron. So we Solitude this, report the Saga. Seems pretty good. Solitude pitch Witch Enchanter? Solitude pitch Sash? Solitude pitch Recruiter? Huh. A lot of pretty reasonable options here, honestly. I think I'm gonna pitch the Sash. I think my mana is gonna be very tied up in a way that I'm not super keen on having a Lion Sash for a while. Laron the Saga, Witch the Mox. I'm kind of thinking about Laroning the Mox and letting the Saga blow up. Might be greedy. I don't know how many 1-drops they play in this deck. Like, how many Saga bullets do they have? And I could just blow up the Saga bullet with the Witch Enchanter, right? It's probably greedy. Ooh. Springheart and Antuco, fun. Oh, wait, hang on. A lot of options here all of a sudden. This is Bug Loam or something? I don't really know what this is. Just playing some cool stuff. I think I want to blow up the Saga now and Witch Enchanter the Springheart. We could, like, Wasteland the Saga and port them, and then Laron the Springheart. Yeah, I can disenchant 3. Yeah, I can Laron 3 out of their 4 permanents, and like there are reasonable arguments for all 3 of these targets here. If I just like slam Laron. 3 cards in hand. I'm pretty sure I'm getting rid of the Saga at this stage of the game. Just a question of, I don't think I could Wasteland Saga plus port, or just Laron the Saga and then Witch Enchanter the Springheart. I think we're just gonna do this. Don't know what they're doing over there though. Might just be like a fun of Springheart and some. Almost certainly have like Loam Depthy stuff, right? Is this Loam? Speaking of Loam Depthy stuff, that's pretty bad for me, huh? If only I had some sort of graveyard hate card that could stop this. They have Talon Gates and Windswept Heath in their hand now. Any consideration? Yeah, I very specifically said there was consideration to target any of their 3 targetable permanents that turn. There was plenty of choices to be made that turn. I'm definitely not confident that I made the right one. The problem is now I don't know how I'm going to beat Life from Loam Urza's Saga very easily. Now that my sash is down. Might end up being like recruit Felia sort of angle to like just recur like shatter. No, obviously not this turn. I think I just need to kill the Springheart this turn. We could beat the Saga with, we have like ports and wastelands. We could stall the Saga for a while. So I think it's gonna be just this. I need to, like, I'm dawdling around a lot on my turns when I don't need to be. I think we need to blow up this Springheart so they don't get a bunch of value. A bunch of annoying 1/1s. We can recruit. We could just recruit like Stoneforge. It's probably pretty risky if my opponent has Pithing Needle in their deck. Yikes. So many Urza Sagas. This Felia's gonna be pretty hard pressed to actually do anything. Could. Oh, I was gonna say recruit Flicker Wisp. We could just draw Flicker Wisp too, I guess. 5, so we can't Flicker Wisp plus Waste plus Port. I think we just want to Flicker Wisp Witch Enchanter. Hit this Saga, port this Saga, minimize constructs for some number of turns. I guess they could, I didn't think about, they could pay 4 to phase out my thing, but I think that's mostly fine for me, because that effectively kills a construct, at least. I think we're blowing up this one, because we can port this one afterwards, so they only get this one construct out of this activation right here. We could wasteland this next turn if we want, while we like set up Recruiter. They didn't loam back, like loam cast loam, play the other Saga. So we have a turn of reprieve from being in Saga Hell. Worth noting they still have the phase thing, whatever the heck it's called. Talon Gates, it costs 4, right? Huh. These are some scary cards my opponent is playing. Drawing a lot of land interaction, which is pretty amusing. Lone plus Saga. Yeah, I mean, when we're down our Sash, would be really nice to have a Lion Sash right now, huh? Lion comes in tapped, right? So I don't need to worry about, like, draw step, grab a Saga. I think we might... Maybe this is a recruit Felia angle. It seems so loose because the Felia's just never going to be able to attack in, though. Is it just recruit Flicker Wisp angle? It's a attack for 3, step 1. And then decide what I want to do. Colorless land, no field ruin, still colorless flooded. I wouldn't say flooded. I kind of want all these ports versus my opponent's, like, aggressively lands-based strategy. Felia's probably pretty bad because they also probably almost certainly have, like, a Caracas in their deck to stop Felia. We could just get White Orchid Phantom. That's probably worse than just getting Flicker Wisp. Flicker Wisp plays worse against the phase thingy. We could get Spirit of the Labyrinth and just, like, Spirit plus Laron. Try to grind that way. That's bad against Loam, though. It's probably just Wisp, I think. Or Stone. This could be a Stoneforge turn. Stoneforge for Jite. Wasteland the Saga. Could be hard to beat the white. Just go all in on, like, Flicker Wisp to slam the door shut here. We do not have a Palace Jailer, no. Might be decent here. A tough one. If we get White Orchid Phantom, notably, we can, like, we can port... no. Because we'll be down this Wasteland. We can only port once anyway, unless we top deck land. White Orchid Phantom's 1 less power than Flicker Wisp, though. Tough. It's a really hard game. Really hard game to navigate. No one is surprised, Aloro. We're past the joke. We could stop making it. Let it die, please. I beg you. It wasn't funny. It was never funny. They were never going to do, haha, no changes. They could notably have a second Talon Gates. For all I know, it's just like second Loam. Yeesh. I guess I don't have to Wisp this turn. I could just Wisp Recruiter and port the Saga. Stall for a turn. We are porting. We came here to port, that's what we're gonna do. Do we have Wrath of this guy's sideboard? We do. They have, like, Plow here. It's kind of fine. Gives us, like, 2-3 power flyers still. Fatal Push. They are... Okay, they're just, like, green-black land stuff. Interesting. This goes and gets, like, another Urza's Saga. Notice Canoptic Scarab Storm not being any recent detail has been a bit surprised about that. It fell off a little bit with Frog being in the meta, making the ETB trigger a lot worse when you target your opponent while they have a Frog in play. I don't like it as much in mono white lists either, where you don't have like the fetch lands to support targeting yourself. Well, there's a chance it could definitely come back. Might be really nice against the tempo decks, like blue-black tempo. I think my plan is hope that my opponent can't answer 2 Flicker Wisps for the rest of the game. Seems unlikely, but it's our dream here. I think they spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to tell us about Nadu. Yeah, a lot of people have said that they could not have waterboarded that story out of them, to which I very much agree. Can we draw a White Orchid Phantom here? Would be really nice. This is a turn to... I could potentially add Yorion to my hand. We might get wastelanded off of double white. But like we could, because we only technically need to port once on this saga right now, on this turn cycle. This is probably the turn to add Yorion to my hand, though, if there's going to be any. I guess I can do both, yeah. Because I'm only porting once, anyway. Nothing will ever beat the preview article revealing Thassa's Oracle, where it said they didn't... Yeah, I remember that one. Where they just didn't have the win the game text on it, they just added it because it wasn't, like, rare enough. There's gonna be some beefy constructs, huh? We might just be dead to Shadow Spear. Unless... They didn't activate white that turn, so we're not getting wastelanded? We might be able to, like... Yorion some Flicker Wisps to get out of this. Like, if we just Yorion this entire chunk of the board, we might be able to tread water. I guess we'll see. I have no idea if that's, like, actually realistic. Because we are taking quite a bit here. I don't understand how you've managed to make this game playable. Yeah, it's a weird one. Boots. Is that lethal? It might make me chump. It almost certainly makes me chump block with most of my board, if not all of it. Oh, this might be lethal with the phase out one of my guys, huh? Because these guys are all lethal and there are going to be 3 of them. Yeah, fair enough. Should have drawn a card to try to find, like, Solitude to stay alive. Scrabbling Claws? They have the, they gotta have the lookout, right? The thing that, like, when you commit a crime or whatever. Yeah, this is block, take 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yep, alright, fair enough. White of the Reliquary really should be a 3-mana. I think White of the Reliquary is pretty low on my list of grievances with the format overall. Kind of want surgical extractions. Their deck seems like pretty one-track. Wonder if they even have Green Sun Zenith. They might. They might be a Green Sun Zenith deck. Like, we saw Reclaimer, we saw Nantuko, we saw White. With Scrabbling Claws, we can assume that they might easily have that lookout thing that, like, puts lands into play when you commit a crime. I think it's probably enough that I want this. And we probably have a lot of bad cards in this matchup, right? All the Thalias and Spirits. And then we can think about something like this. Free Strider Lookout. Yeah, that's the thing. My maybe non-controversial opinion is that White is only playable because of Talon Gates. My maybe not controversial opinion is that White isn't that good. I don't really get it. It's, like, fine. It's an okay card. It hasn't been, like... Like, I've not cast it, nor do I ever intend to cast it, so I might just be off base. Like, I am a lot when it comes to this, like, the green decks of the format. It's just, like, I don't really understand it. Surgical, huh? I mean, I like most of the rest of my cards, but I also don't like having to play against Life from the Loam Urza Saga deck without surgical extraction. Yeah, it does cool things with Nantuko too. Yeah, that's true. It's good when you give it good fodder, but, like, Nantuko is the best fodder for it by far as well. I don't know what to cut. I really don't. I feel like I like all of the cards. We could, like, maybe not play the Priest, huh? Maybe we just don't care if they have Green Sun Zenith. We haven't even seen it yet. We did not win game 1. You can see that right here. The little down arrow means we're down a game. I feel like I want these surgicals. I just don't know what the hell I'm gonna cut. These fucking Felia. Felia is supposedly good against Saga, though, right? But, like, I just can't imagine a world where Felia can successfully attack against these decks. I don't get it. I don't understand the Felias. Skyclave? I don't think so. I think Skyclave's really good. Mox Diamond, White of the Reliquary, Elvish Reclaimer, a lot of things you want to target. Oh, wait, we have a white source. 1 white source versus Wasteland deck. It'll be fine. You just want to play a bumper. I don't really want to play it. I just, like... I want to do my due diligence about people that think this card is good, and I really don't think this card is good at all. I just don't get it. Let's play, like, Urza Saga. Okay, well, not Wasteland at least. That's what I was really hoping for. Is this double Reclaimer? That'd be pretty scary. Double Reclaimer means we just don't kill either of them, right? It's just not worth it. Kill one. They like at a certain stage of the game, we will probably kill one when we're afraid of them activating them both. But there's no point in just, like, spewing just to kill one when the other will just do the same thing next turn. Wonder if 4 Witches is too many against a Wasteland? Quite possibly. I've thought about playing 3. But also, like, Witch Enchanter is really good. Like you saw in that past game. It was much better than having another land, right? I think I would go to 34 lands before I shaved a Witch Enchanter in mono white though. Cauldron check. First 3 cards in hand doesn't seem bad. Like, Phase Out doesn't do anything against Cauldron. Like, it saves them 5 damage or whatever, but... Sash, not super exciting here. GTA, really slow. Cauldron check. Felia figures Feast or Famine. Might be worth having one in the deck so you can recruit it and flicker Recruiter when it's good. But, like, I feel like the situations where you're wanting to recruit Ophelia are so low. Like, one of the, what's supposed to probably be a good opportunity was right there. We had 5 mana. We had exactly 2 white mana to recruit Felia and, like, try to, like, use that to combat the Urza Saga. But in reality, Felia is bad against Urza Saga because they can just almost always block it. So I don't really get it. Going beatdowns? Maybe that's a good reason to Solitude one of these Elvish Reclaimers, huh? If they just like play white, I'm not scared of white more than I am of Elvish Reclaimer. Failure is only good if the board is gummed up by huge creature. But it's not good against a board gummed up by huge creatures because then it can't attack and do the only thing it's good at. It's only good when you can freely attack with it and you have things you want to flicker, right? Oh, isn't gummed up. Sure. I think I'm pitching this White Orc and Phantom. We have double Wasteland. Although, there's a chance they don't have that many basics. Probably have a Swamp, though. Mom's good if we top deck exactly White Source this turn, but I'm always down to just Wasteland plus Cauldron this turn anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna pitch Mom. Like, Felia needs such a narrow, like, requires such a narrow scope of, like, things to all come into place for it to be good that I just don't understand it. Am I trying to race here? Could play the Vials to Wastelanding. I kind of want to Wasteland them, though. Especially we have Port. Go to 11? Maybe we're not allowed to Wasteland, huh? Or not allowed to Cauldron offensively. Maybe we choose this to take it slow. Lord of Bones is the same text, I did not see it. Yeah, it's a sweet one. Uh-oh. My White Source. Never mind. Hey, there's the Lookout. I have the sneaking suspicion that we're about to get horribly buried in an avalanche of cards. White Source is good, means we can kill this Wasteland. They have less activators for their Lookout. We can also play our Aether Vial. Let's see if they have a Swamp. They don't. That's huge for us. They have 9 showing if they just attack all, but then we can double block the Lookout. They attack for 6 otherwise. I feel almost like I have to attack them here. Maybe not. I just don't see us winning this race right now. Yeah, Felia, like, wins you games, definitely, because an unchecked Felia, like, on a board where you're, like, you have ETBs and stuff, will just run away with games, but there's just, like, so many positions where that's not the case, I feel. Please don't commit any crimes. They can always commit crime with Reclaimer. Going and getting, like, the phase thingy. They're gonna phase out my Germ. commit a crime now? Yeah. Fair enough. Surgical Sagas might not be a bad plan here. While they're like tapped out of all these Reclaimers. Might be one of our best plans, honestly. I don't know if it'll actually be good enough. My Germ Token comes back, right? Like, that's old phasing rules that my Germ Token's gone forever, right? Take a quick snap of their deck. Lagging like crazy. There's the 60th Maze of Ith, yeah. They had like crop rods and stuff, right? They just have to. They don't. Wild. Gaia's Cradle, really? I mean, I guess it's good with Springheart. Interesting deck. They have the Maze of Ith. Yeah, this is the only attack they can make. Oh, the Germ Token is there. Am I just blind? This is the whole time. I think it was because this was like covered up and I could see the Cauldron phased out in the corner. There is, in fact, a Germ Token that's still there. I think I'm just going to stack block here. If they drew a removal spell, they got me. They very well might just like Maze of Ith, their Free Strider, right? They draw a Seiju. Wait, that's not. They're just committing one more crime. Sure. Ooh, we get to surveil. Kind of nice. Probably don't want this. We are gonna get wastelanded, huh? I guess they could still Maze of Ith after this, but I don't think I want this. Do they have another Talon Gates? We might just be dead, huh? Swords to Plowshares isn't bad. They do have another Talon Gates, notably. I think I just have to kill this Free Strider before it just, like, racks up more shit on me. If they just attack both and Maze 1, the one that I blocked, they're dealing 3 a turn. I can't... I'm never gonna block one of these anyway, so just attacks like this, then. My expectation is that they're just going to full send and Maze the one that I block. Debinder, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Yep, that's to be expected. No full send, huh? I could attack with the White Orchid, but there's no point. And they just, like, maze it, right? I'm just burning my own clock trying to do that. I'm already down on clock, being perplexed at everything that they're doing over there. Best draw possible. Did my stream shrink? Looks the same size to me. Anyone else have that problem? Just gonna phase out my germ token again and attack me for whatever. Chump block with Phantom, maybe? Cradle. Terrifying. Why would you get Cradle? I am deeply, deeply afraid. There's like no payoffs for having a Cradle in play right now. They just didn't want to push the damage, maybe? Wanted to get just a land. Is this Cradle control? I suppose it technically. Oh dear, that's that's probably pretty bad for me, huh? Let's draw Skyclave, Flickerwood. We draw a lot of things. I think this file needs to go up. It's very unfortunate if we draw specifically. I just won't say it. It won't happen. Well. I think now it definitely. Now I see the plane with Cradle, and I need to get rid of this Cradle so I don't die. Stall for a turn. I don't really see a path to victory. I guess my path to victory involves like top decking Solitude or Recruiter this turn. We're just gonna be a little bit too high damage output to get across the finish line here. Unless we have some real heaters. Like if we draw like Recruiter here, it's like just the actual nut draw. Get Recruit Solitude and then Yorion. Everything. Crush their soul. The Crime Lizard. If I don't draw anything, do I just have to Yori on this board? Oh, fuck. The actual nut draw. Now I just Solitude the Vine Lasher in response to Reclaimer activation. Killing these Reclaimers seems like a losing battle. They don't activate. That seems fine. I could Solitude here and they activate in response and like Talons protect one of their Vine Lashers. But I don't know how much I care about that, and it prevents them from land drop dealing me 2 damage. I'm going to have to Solitude this turn anyway. So I think I might as well do it now. If I'm Demonic Tutoring draw steps, can we just top deck Flickerwisp this turn? Or Skyclave Apparition? Yeah, and this is go get Talon Gates, save the Vine Lasher. But then we can flicker our board, Solitude the other Vine Lasher. We take 2 here, potentially 3 on a land drop, go to 6. We can't send with the Solitude, which is awkward. I guess it doesn't matter, they have a maze. We do get to White Orchid Phantom them, though. Blow up that Cradle. They don't get the Talon Gates either. Interesting. attack with Culture plus White Orchid first. I'm absolutely going to time out for this game 3 if we get there, because Moto's lagging like crazy. Maybe we'll restart Moto if we get to actually manage to get a sideboarding here. Moto is just going crazy slow, though. Why is it Ganja Castle in this list? You have a lot of legends. You're a mono white deck. Might be bad. Trying stuff out. They kill the White Orchid, maybe? They're just dealing me a damage? No, they do have the push. Kill the Recruiter. Kill the White Orchid, sure. Solitude killed this Fine Lasher. Stoneforge, go get Jite for life gain, I think. Their graveyard's out of control. Skyclave, maybe? No, we want a thing on 5, so we just want Solitude again. Something to violin, because we're going to spend 4 mana Jiteing. Although, no, we can't, because we can't Jite because of the fucking Maze of Ith, huh? But we could at least fucking kill them. Deck needs a Minas Tirith? I don't know about that one, Chief. Bowmaster, the Recruiter. Got a lot of green mana. Sure, I'm glad we surgical all those Ursa sagas, huh? We'd just be giga dead. Double Bowmaster, the Solitude? What's happening? Oh, I see. Wait, you can't copy your Bowmaster, though? I don't see. You don't have any green mana left. I don't see the vision. Can you just draw, like, Wasteland? God, I'm absolutely gonna die. Moto's just gonna, like, lag like crazy, and I'm just gonna fucking eat shit. What am I solituding? Nothing? Am I scared of anything here at this point? If you're cutting GTA and paper formal, where you in situations like this where you need to claw back life, I mean, the GTA's not even good here, right? The thing is that by cutting bullets, you will always run into situations where your bullet could save you, but you also run into a lot of situations where you draw your bullet instead of a different card that you would actually want in more situations, right? There are always upsides and downsides. Four more would have been way better than GJ here, also, that's for sure. Like, 100%. We're definitely going to time out before we even fucking get to a game 3. Moto's going crazy with lag. MTGO can't survive another Yorion Flicker? Well, we're about to fucking find out, won't we? Oh yeah, we're gonna time out. We'll get the moral victory, but it's fine. How much shit am I even allowed to flicker with my Yorion here? They just let it die. Interesting. Oh, I guess so. Now that they get to phase out my Yorion here instead, which is fine. They just let it happen. They're just gonna fully time me out here. I think I only want to flicker one of these Solitudes because I actually just need enough blockers to not die at 5 life. I also think they only have like one really threatening card. The last Reclaimer is the only card that I'm actually that scared of. We will time out, but we will at least try to win this game. What I'm thinking about. Elvish Reclaimer options. I'm at peace with timing out here. With Moto is being like uncharacteristically laggy for me. It's usually like totally fine, but I really don't know what the deal is. But we are 100% not going to manage a game 3 here. I shouldn't have flickered Stoneforge. Just not going to matter. Just an extra trigger to click through. This Lion Sash probably will never even enter play. We're going to go get Phantom whatever. Please, Moto, go. I would like to win this game. I literally hear the Moto ding. Card does not appear for like a full 3 seconds. Yeah, close enough. Gonna like endurance me? Fatal Push Skyclave to eat a recruiter? Yeah, who cares? I could also like pick up Yorion and flicker this whole board again, and then we just time out, you know? God, fucking stack blocking Moto rules. Alright, let's kill Moto, huh? Ugh. Kate 2, thanks for the resub. Appreciated. Yeah, I have killed people at low times, but probably not killing this deck in 2.5 minutes, or maybe even less. Maybe it was probably closer to 2 minutes at this stage. Almost certainly going to timeout in this game 3, but we'll give it the old college try, right? I mostly just need to restart Moto anyway, because it's just lagging like crazy. Romby4, thanks for the resub as well. Yeah, we'll just have turn 1 Mom, turn 2 Cauldra, and just kill them in 4 turns. Easy. The moral victory of, like, fucking scraping back in that game at the very least, huh? Why am I tagged in on Twitter? What's happening? Oh, Max is just memeing about replacing Grief, because it's a 2 toughness card. In D&T, you could play it in D&T. I thought about playing Grief for the memes. Adding more black cards, and you can, like, recruit Grief. Violin, Recruiter, untap, Vial to 4, Violin Grief on their draw step. Is Moto even gonna make it in, like, the sideboarding time limit? What is happening with Moto today? My computer's usually not this slow. We haven't dropped any frames, so, like, not like my computer is dying. Why is the countdown still up? Because look, it's got confetti. It's fun. It's celebratory that Big Reef's dead. 07s to MTGO? Yeah, really. I don't know what the fuck happened. I know a lot of people, like, say that their, like, Moto client is, like, really laggy and bad and stuff like this. I very rarely have issues, especially on, like, my actual desktop like this. Usually it's pretty smooth. But now we just have this as my match slowly comes up. We probably, like, already timed out of the other match. Hey, nice. 7 seconds left. Wait, it deboarded me? No fucking shot, dude. It deboards you if you log off? That's horseshit, man. I don't know if I got in those 3 paths. I guess we'll never find out. And by never find out, I mean as soon as I draw a card. Keep. We actually only saw 1 basics. This hand's, like, okay. This is not turn 2 Stoneforge, but we'll draw turn 2 Stoneforge. Our top decks will be Mother of Runes into Stoneforge Mystic. You just gotta believe, chat. I believe. Thank you. Well, that's not something I wanted to see. I was kind of hoping for a turn 1 land go, but such is life. Did I White Orchid myself here? Oh dear. Well, no, we can kill that next turn. We just play Vial now. Sure. Not the most threatening thing in the world. I guess maybe I shouldn't have played Vial, huh? I'm just gonna, like, time out. On my own fucking Vial triggers. Oh dear. Wow. They have the kill me in 3 minutes start. They just have the super aggressive beatdown start, not me. Yeah, they're just fucking killing me, dog. I hit yes. Moto, please. Moto, please. Wait, we did sideboard. No, we have Thalia in the deck, though. Oh, I think we cut 3 Thalias. Oh, I should have done that in opposite order. Whoopsie. Then we cut 3 Thalias for 3 paths. It's actually stupid because this lets this Reclaimer become a 3/4. Oh, they just all right, fair enough. We're not winning on any axis. We're dead. I feel at peace knowing that we definitely were losing that game even if we had a reasonable amount of clock. Huh? Although maybe not because we wouldn't have this Thalia in our deck. Could have easily just drawn like a removal spell there. Like if this Thalia was like Wrath of the Skies or something, we just like instantly obliterate our opponent, right? Who knows? Yeah, I very, very quickly in the last 3 seconds boarded out 3 Thalias for 3 paths. So like that sideboard change made it in. But the fact that we still had Thalia in the deck meant that like our sideboards were completely reset. But there's like a like a close to 33% chance that Thalia would have been a Wrath of the Skies or something. I think I'd boarded 6 cards. No, we boarded Surgical, so it was like a 1/6 chance that actually works out in our favor. We get to like Wrath of the Skies them or something. But yeah. Chalk that one up to Moto fucking me. I didn't know that Moto just fully unsideboards you when you restart the client. That seems kind of horseshit. Where's my list? What did I call it? Post Grief Ban is probably what I called it. PE. Post Grief Ban mono white. Yeah, we boarded in. We successfully got into 3 paths for 3 Thalias, but we also cut the 4th Thalia to Spirit for like Wrath, Rest in Peace, Surgical, and then I cut like 2 Moms for Surgical because I ran out of time during that game too, trying to figure out what to cut. Hemming and hawing over these like Felias that I just don't understand. Play one more round before we do a giveaway, I think. Maybe 2 more rounds before I give away, because we'll probably fire up a second league or something. Hand seems fine. A wide variety of 2-drops to play, depending on what my opponent does. We could also potentially set ourselves up to, like, Scry on turn 2 if we don't play Stoneforge, right? Or we could, more likely, I guess, is probably, like, there are a lot of matchups where we just White Orchid ourselves. Hit our own flagstones on, like, turn 2 or 3. What do we got over there, huh? Other Windswept Heath matchup, huh? I guess technically the other matchup wasn't Windswept Heath. What is happening? Moto, please! Savannah Green Sun. So just like regular green-white depths, perhaps? I hate wastelanding their mana, but also we don't have any removal spells if my opponent just goes like turn 2 Knight. Yeah, if we go, my opponent just casts turn 2 Knight, we're kind of up shit creek on. But like wastelanding and letting my opponent just cast another spell next turn seems also pretty awful. I think I will simply hope to draw one of the like 100 removal spells in my deck. Cast Knight here. I think I'm pretty priced into White Orchiding the Thespian stage, just to stay afloat. Develops a little bit on board, keeps them further away from comboing me. We have double Wasteland to prevent them from comboing me too, but like I can't just hold that up forever. This at least advances the stuff I have in play, so I have like 2 lands. Next turn I can like Stoneforge for Cauldron, hold up Wasteland still, stuff like that. As much as I would... I guess I could technically ramp myself here. Because we have Caracas if they just go for it. And if they don't go for it, we have Wasteland, right? I think I like stalling them more than I like ramping myself. Ramping doesn't do anything for me next turn anyway. So it's pretty much the exact scenario I was afraid of, though. Was turn 2 Knight, my removal-less hand. Maybe I do need a Wasteland on one there. This deck does often like stutter at 2 mana specifically. That's why they want a Green Sun for the Dread Arbor in the first place. They could have easily just had like, you know, land Green Sun for a Reclaimer or something, and I'm down to 1 mana. Can you show the deck list, please? If you type exclamation point deck or exclamation point deck list, it should take you to plenty of places to see the deck list. It's on Flex Slot, it's on Stream Decker. I guess those are the only 2 places, not plenty. But if you want a screenshot, it is all also right here. I don't know which command summons Stream Decker. I think it's exclamation point deck list summons Stream Decker. Both of them will summon the Flex Slot and take you to my Flex Slot page where all of my deck lists are. Urza Saga. That's kind of annoying. I guess I lied. I don't know what summons the Stream Decker bot, in all honesty. But it is, you know, right here. I'm gonna screenshot it instead. We drew Witch Enchanter, and my opponent played a second Knight of the Reliquary. That seems horrendously bad for me in every conceivable way. I think we are going to die a horrible, painful death at the hands of my opponent casting 2 Knights and myself drawing a bunch of lands and no removal spells. Such is the way we live, I guess. I think we just have to get Cauldron to, like, try to stay alive versus giant creatures. How do you think D&T is going to be positioned in the metagame? I think D&T is poised to be pretty reasonable. I think, like, the tempo decks are the biggest gain. Like, Frog's probably the most powerful card to build your deck around in Legacy right now. And I think D&T is probably pretty good against most of the Frog decks. I think we're just dead here. They Knight for another stage. We'll play a land, they get like Knight for stage, or Knight for depths and like Knight for wasteland on my Caracas or wasteland. I haven't done the math on whether all that mana checks out, but I can't imagine our odds are good to win this game. You can't knight the Saga. That's not how that works. That's why we wastelanded now. They still have stages with Echoing Deep saying. I mean, they probably just have a second stage. I don't expect their deck to have a singular Thespian stage in it. What's up? You wanna bring me a water?
Okay. Can you protect this cup?
From who?
Possibly dog.
Oh god, this is so hot. Why'd you hand it to me like this? I don't know what my opponent's doing. I feel pretty dead, but it's seemingly taking them. Maybe their moto also started inexplicably lagging like crazy, and they haven't restarted yet. Grab stage. Grab cradle, sure. Yeah, my cradle growth, whatever. I mean, this means that they have to invest, like, both knights into depthsing me this turn. Which means Caracas or Wasteland could potentially be a roadblock. Thank you.
Are you winning?
Probably not. Probably not this game, at least.
What are you playing? Not Dual Commander today?
No, we're playing... yeah, Legacy's free. We're playing Legacy, obviously. I have no idea what my opponent is doing right now, though. Like, float 3 mana, activate, like, we gonna Green Sun for another night? Are we just gonna make a Mirror Age with no protection? There's no way, right? Yeah, they're just gonna Green Sun for third night. Set up the Lage for down the road. Oh, Ramming Up Excavator. That's probably much better than third night. Did they play land? Doesn't look like it. It's turn 4. They only have 3 lands in play. But we waste... I guess they didn't play land for turn. They should have, yeah, because they turned the Dryad Arbor into like a real land. So this makes sense. Feels like we are not long for this world, huh? Now I can't wasteland the forest because Yafamaya means all their stuff is forests, and they can just rotate the stage into a stage with the knight. Also, we're just fully dead, obviously. My opening hand was not very good for being on the draw versus depths, and my draw steps were even worse for being on the draw versus depths, which is just sometimes how the D&T cookie crumbles. Ugh. I have to imagine that the reason my opponent's going so slow is because they are also experiencing horrible amounts of moto lag. Seems to have cleared up pretty well, though, since I restarted. What is she meowing about? What's your problem, kid? She chose to sit on you. There's a Saga.
Dog is under a blanket, so I'm wondering when she's gonna realize this door's open.
I really want to coax them into making Merit Liege this turn. So I can just drag my feet on this game a little bit longer. I think that involves wastelanding their depths. I guess I'll take a draw step first. Oh yeah, we have a main deck path. Oh yeah, we had a main deck path, so maybe the sideboard changes didn't go through at all. Kind of forgot about that entirely. Let's see if they have 2 Dark Depths in their list. I guess they could just let this happen, huh? Oh, they're just gonna make the 2020, I guess. That's fine. I could also path it if I wanted to, like, make them go get step and then Crocus it. Is that even good for me, though? Probably not. They could phase it out if they wanted. Oh, that would work, wouldn't it? It phases it back in. I would need to activate Crocus on their turn, and they could wasteland it. Now if I path it, they can also give it pro. Oh no, I have a white pro. I have a white blocker though, but I mean, let's do all this shit, huh? Let's take our game actions. I think they can just also go get step and then sacking Talon Gates and then upkeep, or they can go get Echoing Deeps. Echoing Deeps the Sujiri step. Oh no, they'd have to sack those step. Well, whatever. We're super dead. Oh, they just have second Talon Gates. That's fair. And then they untap and step me. Hey, Aisha9, thank you for the 22-month resub. Appreciated. I just wanted my emotes back. Oh yeah, they can just literally do that, huh? Just on board. Oh, also they... Yeah. Fair enough. They got me. They're taking a really long time to attack for lethal. There we go. Alright, cool. Alright. Is this a Rest in Peace matchup? This is probably Wrath, this guy's matchup. It's probably a Rest in Peace matchup by virtue of Thalia and Spirit both being very, very bad. And, like, this is a pretty clean swap. This is less of a Surgical Extraction matchup, although it could be. I think I'm happier with this configuration versus all the stuff we've seen. Like, this is definitely a more multi-dimensional deck than, like, the green-black list that we were just playing against, right? Where they were, like, pretty all-in on Saga as, like, the game plan. Surgical Extraction isn't nearly as much of a lights out. Maybe we'll try red-white and just, like, play a Johnny anyway. I really want to try a Johnny with Chainsaw, but Chainsaw's not out for another month. Quite unfortunate. Johnny plus Bombardier seems really cool, but hard to make 2-color mana bases work outside of, like, specifically D&T, and D&T isn't, like, the best home for those cards. Oh, you can see it on camera. You can see. Oh, you could barely see it. She just walked away. The cat was sitting right next to Lily for like a second. Yeah, my opponent, they didn't leave Moto though. They're not restarting the client. It does seem like they are taking quite a while. I could see this potentially being a matchup where Tefelia looks a little bit better. This matchup is about, like, point and click killing everything your opponent has in play at all times, basically. And they don't have a ton of interaction for you. So Tefelia could, you know, like, double up on recruiters to get more removal spells. Late game, like, double up on Solitudes, pair it with Containment Priest, just kill shit. Almost punished for this Elegant Parlor. Still kind of punished because I would love to cast, you know, a 2-drop on turn 2, but this is still very good. I'm so used to clicking my opponent because in Dual Commander you just pop out both the commanders, and then my opponents never seem to reveal their commander in Legacy. Crazy how that works. This hand, notably, does not have any of the removal I was just talking about. I think it's still pretty good, though, especially on the play. On the play, you can be more of an aggressor in, like, a Mom Stoneforge hand. It's pretty powerful. Elegant Parlor has come up more than, like, it is obviously, like, pretty bad here, but it has come up a few times as just a card that I actively liked in the deck. The double Flagstones or White Orchid Phantom Urine Flagstones thing coming up. Taiga. Interesting. I think we just hold up Thalia here, because the prize is Stoneforge. So we want to protect that with the Mom. Also, if they have, like, a removal spell of some sort here, I think that we're fine with Instant Flash and Thalia Vial and Mom, untap Stoneforge, like, double Stoneforge with Thalia. It's a little awkward that we actually can't get Surveil value on turn 3 if we end up doing all of that. Well, good job, Velia. You were a magnet for my opponent's Sword Supply shares, so I can put in this much more important Mother of Runes and subsequent Stoneforge Mystic. You did your job, I guess. If I want to get Elegant Parlor value, I have to Sorcery Speed the Stoneforge. Sorcery Speeding the Stoneforge is probably not too bad behind Active Mom. Also, nice Wrath of the Skies. Classic Wrath of the Skies creature deck. I think I'm fine with just Sorcery Speed Stoneforge, get Cauldra. What are you going to place value with in Mono White? This is Mono White. I don't know what you mean. This would be a good spot to, like, Stoneforge and, you know, cast a Flicker Wisp, though. Get Lion Sash. I want, like, Skyclave here would be really, really good. Basic Plains seems pretty bad. Oh, what are you gonna replace Felia with? I see. I think I would, like, just play, like, a full playset of Spirit of Labyrinths. See how the format shakes out from there. I think the full playset of Spirits plus Thalias is too much versus the non-blue decks. I guess that's fine. There's a world where we can Flicker Wisp that, like, oh god, oh shoot, good thing I have a Being Combat Stop, but Moto Lag almost got me. There's a world where we can, like, put Yori in our hand next turn as the Vial takes up to 4, then Vial takes up to 5, and we can cast Flicker Wisp on the oof. Or something. But it depends a lot on what happens here. There's also a chance that we could just, like, eventually Wrath of the Skies kill everything but the Cauldron. That opens up the Cauldron getting plowed. So that's more likely if we're put in a threatening position. Maybe we just White Orchid our Flagstones next turn? 4 mana doesn't do anything, though. Much higher likelihood I'd want to just Flicker Wisp plus Yorion, then Yorion the Flicker Wisp and the Stoneforge. And attack for 2, yeah, sure. Sure. Alright, a little scarier. Okay, not scary. Maybe we have to Wrath for 1, huh? Maybe I leave this Vial on 3, try to hit land for Wrath for 2? They have 2 cards left in hand? Then we just have, like... Oh, no, we don't leave the Vial on 3. The Vial's dying to the Wrath. The Vial doesn't matter. But, like, we have Flicker Wisp left over to reset the Cauldron if need be. Yeah, I think that's kind of the plan. So take up the Vial because it doesn't matter, because the Vial's probably going to go away. If we miss on land, we just White Orchid ourselves. If we don't miss on land, we just blow up the world. Almost certainly worth trading the oof, like killing the oof for killing the Stoneforge also, because the Stoneforge isn't really doing anything here. Nice that Wrath kills Dryad Arbor, huh? Yep. Plow's fine. We have Flicker Wisp for Cauldron. Echoing Deep's the Arbor? Sure. If we draw land... If we draw land, what do I do? I kind of want to Wasteland their Plateau now. More than anything. Just cut them off of white mana here? That seems fine. I guess this plays into crop rotation a little bit. Yeah. What do they even get here? Saga? I think if they Saga me, I just play Wisp anyway. And then I can just White Orchid the Saga next turn. I don't care about 1 construct. Just like a 1/1. I'd rather present 8 power in play. I guess Wisp plus White Orchid was presenting lethal. But I liked killing the White Source for play around like future plows. Yeah, we just don't care about this Urza Saga. Now they have no cards in hand, no white source to help them answer this Cauldron complete. We can attack them down to 2 and then present multiple flying threats. I guess the White Orchid does give them the white source back, huh? Kind of counterproductive. But at this point, they take 8, go to 2, and then the white source matters a lot less. And the white source comes in tapped, so. And we have Yorion for the Cauldron the next turn if it comes to that. Blah, 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 blah. We're probably fine. Lethal attackers versus 2 cards in hand seems like a pretty winning board state. Yeah. Wrath, weirdly, like, not bad there. It was pretty awkward because it had to blow up a bunch of our own stuff, but, like, their oof was turning off our Vial. The Stoneforge already got its value, right? It put the Cauldron into play, so, like, it is definitely a little bit anti-synergistic in some of these matchups. But, like, maybe it's just powerful enough because you get to do that sometimes. You get to just, like, fucking sweep away a board of Eldritch Reclaimers. There are a fair number of matchups where your opponent does have a lot of, like, just cheap stuff lying around. Like, you know, like the Newton matchup or, like, this one or Painter, stuff like that. There might be enough stuff to warrant playing, like, a few copies of Wrath of the Skies. I just wish it were, like, had anti-text versus Eldrazi. Hands. Can't draw any removal spells versus them. I mean, like, you just can't not keep these hands, but it is rather unfortunate. I feel like those hand had to plow in it and just be like a billion times better, but we have a bunch of removal spells in our deck, and like this hand is like very powerful and functional. I don't really see a reason to ship this. It is a little awkward because I almost like want to play the mom on one. I guess not against land go, definitely not. Hey, there we go. Because you want to get the Stoneforge going as soon as possible, so it's like the literal cast mom into cast Stoneforge curve is really nice. They don't even fetch Surveil. Interesting. Well, can just kind of ignore that for a little bit at least. I will decide whether or not I want to path it down the road. I might just path it on their end step here, and then vial in this mom. Or I might just leave it. Maybe we're supposed to do mom there. Leave it alive. If they, like, kill the mom here, then I really want to make sure my Stoneforge is safe. Like, if they untap Plow Mom. Then, like, I really don't want to path this. I'd rather just save the path for, like, a night, leave this in play, because our hand's pretty functional through the oof already. Well, I can't respond to that, so fair enough. Sorry, someone else already asked, do you think Mono-White will have a higher... Yes, very much think that Mono-White has a chance. I think Red-White actually has the chance of being the best. But Mono-White definitely stocks go up higher. Black-White probably still playable, too. Just less interested in it now. Depends a lot on how the meta shakes out, but... Is Legacy perfect now? Delver at the top again? Yes, Legacy is flawless. We've solved it all. Don't really want to wasteland any of this. My opponent's being really weird about their fetch land. I think I will just go Mom. And hem and haw about whether or not I want a Path to Exile here. I'm going to play this other file, because there's, I think, a decent chance I Path here. If they remove my Mom, I definitely will. Do you think Chainsaw will actually be good in red-white, or does it mean... I think Chainsaw will legitimately be good in red-white. If you're playing red-white, I think there's a... Like, Phantom Blade was really good in black-white. I was very shocked. And Chainsaw is a 2-mana Phantom Blade in a lot of instances. Yeah, Pyro and Blood Moon stocks are very, very high. Pyroblast and Magus Moon looks like they line up really well against a lot of the format. What is in my opponent's hand? I'm so confused. I feel like there's a chance my Path to Exile is just going to get met with crop rotation for Sajiri Step. Which I guess I'm fine with. Can I just untap, play the Stoneforge behind Mom, go get Cauldron? Yeah, I thought Phantom Blade was gonna kind of be a meme, but I tried it out and I was very, very surprised with how good it was, and I think Chainsaw is just a much, much cheaper version of that. Yeah, Rev Counter, it's textless. The card is a light sorcery speed lightning strike that you can tutor with Stoneforge Mystic. And, like, flicker with Flicker Wisps and Yorions and stuff. It's an Oath of Chandra. I would be surprised if this didn't just eat it to a, What the fuck is this? 4 mana? Are they gonna phase out the... Oh, okay. Sure. This is whatever. Three cards in hand. It's just gotta be Cauldron here, right? Like, we could get Jite. They're 20? Is it Jite? Jite fits in our mana pretty nicely here. It stymies, like, potential follow-up threats. They just went down their Force of Vigor. It doesn't kill a knight, notably. They have a Windswept Heath literally in play. It's just gotta be Cauldron. Yeah, Chainsaw will kill less things than Phantom Blade will, but it is also much, much better when you tutor it with Stoneforge and then they kill your Stoneforge Mystic. Another option beats Maze. Yeah, I mean, we have a Wasteland in play for the Maze, so it's like not the end of the world. Either. GTA is better if they Elvish Reclaimer me. Cauldron's better if they don't do anything and I just need to fucking kill them. If they have like second Force of Vigor. Come on, you can do it, opponent. I believe in you. Sure, yes. Go get your Knight of the Reliquary or whatever. Really? Really? this the choice? I feel like you had enough lands in play already, opponent. Okay. I'll pop your Reanimator in my hand after this. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Are they gonna get Maze here? That's fine. It makes me want to tap... It makes me want to add Yorin to my hand a little bit less. Because if they have, like, Wasteland for my Wasteland, then the Maze brick walls me pretty bad. Although, no, we can't Wasteland the Maze in the face of this Remnant Excavator. So yeah, we just put Yorin in hand. Go get, like, GTA or Sash. Sash could potentially help against the Excavator. So crop rotation for Maze plus Ramnet makes a little bit more sense, I guess. I don't know, I'm kind of confused. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably getting Sash here, but you know, something could change. Probably not, because, again, the Maze makes the GTA pretty bad. Luckily not I shouldn't F6, what the fuck am I doing? Mother Friends in play. Not a formal war moment either. Hey, Jared, thanks for the resub, appreciated. Salutations, indeed. Lava Spur boost, that's fucking scary. To just be on red alert for getting merit lage at all times now. I mean, except for the... Oh, I'm probably just gonna just shotgun this Witch Enchanter, leave up Wasteland now, I think. Actually, wait a minute, hang on. Hang on. I think I have a way to... I think I've deduced a way to solve my Lava Spur Boots concern. It involves reading the text on my cards. Is this just a Witch Enchanter Mother of Runes turn, then? How scared am I of the boots? Kind of. It makes their, like, top deck, Knights and Reclaimers and stuff way scarier. Yeah, we're gonna kill the fucking... Yeah, we're gonna kill the shit out of the boots. Yeah, absolutely fuck those Lava Spur boots. Do Magic players even read cards? Yeah. A bold strategy of mine is remembering that the cards I put in my deck have text. I really needed to pee at like the start of this match. I was really hoping it would not take 100 years, and now we're here with 4 minutes on my opponent's clock. There are words on the cards. I prefer the ones with less words, personally. I'm starting to think they just don't have a Surveillant in their deck, which is pretty peculiar. Come on. You can cast it. There you go. Now Knight of the Reliquary? If they had just gotten Knight instead of Remnant Excavator, this match would have taken a severe turn, I feel. This Knight might still beat me, honestly, but... Yeah, not exactly what we were looking for, huh? I think I'm pro-greening this Witch Enchanter to start dealing them damage. I think we only need one active Mom, and I just need to actually kill them, so dealing chip damage might really, really end up mattering. quickly Surveillance got integrated at this level. I'm not shocked not to see. Yeah, definitely. I feel like almost every deck should be on Surveil Land. Every deck with fetch lands. We're not even playing fetch lands, and we have one in our deck. So this puts the shields down on the Wasteland if they want a Knight for a Wasteland for my Wasteland, but I think slightly more importantly than that is just getting another giant creature in play, and also getting a second thing off the Stoneforge. I could, like, Flickering the Mom, the Witch Enchanter is probably correct, but I'm lazy, and it almost certainly won't matter. I'm a little scared. Jite can't really answer this Knight at all, ever. Probably just need to get Sash. I'm definitely scared. Sash potentially presents, like, another giant threat, which is nice. Although, 1, 2, 3, 4... And there are 4 cards in graveyards I can target at least. They just played the Windswept Heath. Interesting. So we can finally kill this maze forever. Port also nice. Do I just port the maze? I'm a little scared of wastelanding the maze, eating it. This Knight's active. This Knight could go get a lot of things. Like, we could potentially get Dark Depths this turn, right? If they have a crop rotation in hand, which is, like, fairly likely. So I feel like the safer play is port the maze, attack with Germ plus Yorion plus Pro-Green Witch Enchanter, hold up the Wasteland and the port, and try to get across the finish line in a couple of turns. Taking a turn off of being aggressive. I guess I can always just attack for like 4, right? See what they do. I don't have to aggressively activate the Mom, because they could have, they have their stupid Talons now. Talon Gate. So they could, like, Talon Gate out the other Mom and then cast the removal spells. I could always just port the maze on the following turn, right? So just, like, attack for 4 here, play port, play Sash, say go, something like that. I think I'd like that well enough. Let's see what they do. I guess I don't even have to play the Sash, right? I can just put it in off Stoneforge. End step port to play around gate stuff. Just pass like this. Let's see what this Knight does, I think is the big thing. This is an opening to potentially wasteland whatever they get and eat it with this Lion Sash, if that's my wish. If it's like a Thespian stage or something. Although, no, you can't wasteland a Thespian stage. They just get wasteland of their own? Sure. Pass priority, I guess. Port the maze. If they activate Wasteland, we just put in Stoneforge and then eat it. And then Wasteland the maze. I guess that doesn't actually work, because they can always replay the maze. Wait, they're Wastelanding the port. Huh. The fuck is this? You get a land that stops my sash? Oh, Echoing Deep the Wasteland, sure. That's... Aren't you dead? I guess you have 4 cards in hand. I click on the right one there. They look like really dead to me. Sup, Toast? How's it going?
Oh my god, Toast's in chat?
Toast is in chat. Just in time for the Playpoint giveaway after this game here.
I'm on my way, bestie.
I feel like they're just dead. I've not mathed it, but I don't even know what this could possibly get. But I mean, sure, I can't really do a lot here. So does this get anything besides another night? No. Okay, you're just playing out Mox Diamond, going to 1 card in hand. Okay, so they could technically be holding up Talon Gates here. So I think I want to Wasteland them right now. Is that insane? Yeah, no, it's not insane, right? Wasteland them end step. Plays around Talon Gates. Because then my thing just phases back in on my own turn. And I'm pretty sure I just have lethal, right? Like, pro-green, Germ, equip to Yorion. Although, it doesn't be like Crop Rot for Talon Gates or Caracas, yeah. Does Legolas save them? Probably. I don't think I can play around that card ever, though. Maybe not, because I have double Mom, so they can't actually kill anything with Legolas. But they could untap the Knight to do more bullshit. Gives reach, too. Yeah, but I mean, if I have pro-green, it doesn't matter, right? There's Talon Gates. There's Force of Vigor. Oh. They're just dead. They have no cards in hand. We have 11 damage with pro-green, Culture, pro-green, Witch Enchanter. Oh, we could have saved our sash with Mom. I instantly zeroed in on them being dead, so I didn't think about it, but yes. After they cast Force of Vigor, I just was like, oh, you're dead. Cool. But yeah, sorry. Sorry, cat. What the hell are we counting down to? I don't know if you know how numbers work, Toast, but if you look at it, if you look at that countdown that you have talked about, you might see something strange about the direction the numbers are going. Jesus, we've only played 3 matches? These have all been so long. Fuck. I'm gonna get in like 1 league at this rate, huh? I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Well, let's get the giveaway going and then I'll run to the bathroom. My beefer didn't count down. I think it was a countdown. What do you think the confetti's for? We're all celebrating that the countdown's been reached.
I've been
Yeah.
Why is it counting up?
That's just what the website does.
It has 0.
No, it's saying it's been this long since the celebratory thing happened. Anyway, talk trash about Luminarch Aspirant. I should really update this. Army, will you let me? I'm happy to talk trash about Luminarch Aspirant if that's what you so choose. But will you let me talk trash about Felia instead? Because man, I just so underwhelmed. No. All right, fine. We'll talk trash about Luminarch Aspirant. IDK who that is. Felia doesn't have the same lore. I think Felia has similar lore of like an annoying person in the Discord who is like pushing it really hard and everyone else thinks it's bad.
Wow. The shade.
But for Army's sake, I'll do it. I'm not buying you 200 copies of Felia. Not yet, you aren't. But all right, we'll do it. We'll do it for Army. We'll. I'm a man of my word, but I should really update the talk shit about things channel point reward to talk shit about other cards that aren't just Luminarch Aspirant. Oh wait, hang on. I'm getting a trade offer. Talk shit about Nadu? I can't even really. I'm not a modern player, but I can like talk shit about how fucking embarrassing their like ban announcement on that card was. $200 fell here would be a lot more, would it? I guess the card's probably like $4 or something. Yes, please. All right, for real. That fucking like in-depth ban announcement of like, hey, this is what happened with Felia is some of the most embarrassing shit I've ever fucking seen in a BNR announcement in my life. Like the announcement of this was a EDH card in the main set of our did I just start with Felia? Whatever. I mean Nadu. This is all about Nadu. Like, this is an EDH card in the main set of Modern Horizons 3, the straight to modern set, of which we built EDH decks for separate Modern Horizons Commander decks, where we could put the Modern Horizons Commander cards. Instead, we decided to plant a bunch of Modern Horizons Commander cards into the main set, as well as have these EDH decks. And then we took one of those cards and then changed it a bunch last minute and didn't test it at all and then shipped it. And then within minutes, the MTG community was like, hey, what if you just fucking put this in a deck with Shuko? And just instantly the format caught fire, burned to the ground, the Pro Tour was ruined. And then after that, a week later, go to the ban announcement and they're like, I don't know if we can ban Nadu, guys. It's so close after the Pro Tour. Like, wow, meanwhile, the oncoming RCQ season is modern. They're like, we don't want to like ruin modern players playtesting. While they are ruining modern players playtesting because the first 3 fucking weeks of the RCQ season is now all Nadu, where people have to choose to buy into Nadu or lose a bunch. Like, holy shit. Nothing about that story is at all reasonable, and it is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever read in my fucking life. My god. I'm not even a modern player. I don't even know how bad it truly was. I've never fucking played against the modern Nadu deck. I've only watched it. And like, Jesus Christ. But you well and truly could not have waterboarded that article out of me. I would have gone to my grave without telling people that Nadu was a failed EDH card in the main fucking modern set. Jesus Christ. Huh. No, you have to donate 10,000 channel points for that.
I don't have that many channel points. Can I give you like $5 literal dollars? Like cash?
You can let me rant about it later. I gotta run this giveaway and then fat EDHL. And I want to be very, very, very clear. I want to be very clear on this. Please, for the love of God, don't point your finger at all of the EDH players and go, this is your fault. Because the EDH players also fucking hate Nadu. Nadu was just a full miss across the board. EDH players are also mad about this card's existence, and it is fully the failure of Wizards of the Coast for trying to appease the EDH players with, like, these weird plants and sets that they don't need. Like, EDH players aren't asking for all of this stuff. It is not their fault. It is fully the corporate greed of EDH with having its roots in the format.
So I'm confused. Did they know they beefed it right
Yes,
So
they've known for 2 full months. They've said it multiple times.
They knew it
this is a design mistake. Yes.
Okay.
If someone receives 20k points to let the dog back in, will you put Felia in the deck?
The door's open.
That's a good. No, it's a joke about like me cutting Felia, the dog, from the deck.
Oh,
and then
it's a dog.
They're letting the dog back in.
Oh,
Yes,
I see.
that is funny.
Great job. Oh.
It's not. I want to be very clear. It's not. Some EDH players, most EDH players, even just want to fucking play their game and have fun. EDH was fun when it was a format where just like you were playing your like scrappy whatever, you were finding these really old cards. It was much nicer for a lot of players when like it was not, when the format wasn't, when the entire game of Magic was not built for them. Get on my soapbox and say if Mind Goblin gets deleted because it's a fake card they didn't intend to be real, the same argument should apply to Nadu. I mean, if that's the case, then you could apply that argument to every single commander set card, which is maybe a reasonable argument to have. Because, like, fuck the initiative, am I right?
Weren't you going to the bathroom?
Yeah, but then someone donated 10k points to have me rant. Also, Jazzy, dog is fully in. Is dog in the room or just?
No, she's under the blanket in the bedroom.
The door is open, so I'm gonna redeem you, or I'm going to refund your channel points, Jazzy. The door is open. Dog just isn't showing up right now.
I can't get her toast because I don't want to get up.
I mean, that's something that's broken because the equivalent of a typo. I mean, that's the same case for, like, initiative, though, right? Like, we just didn't think about initiative in 1v1 formats. Oops, we broke Legacy for 6 months, right? I would put Nadu's failure on par with initiative's failures, right? Except Nadu's failure split into modern, obviously. CDH players, you can fully make fun of CDH players for whatever you want. Totally different ballgame. Make fun of CDH players all you want. I saw the drama this morning about fucking, like, Sam Black trying to prisoner's dilemma people in CDH and, like, some, like, rules bullshit of, like, you can't disallow king making from existing because Magic is functionally not designed to work competitively at a 4-player system. Like, it's just not how the game is built to be played. So, like, crazy how the rules engine breaks down like that, and like the competitive policies break down when you start adding in shit like that. Can I play Nadu on CDH players? I think so. I've seen people say that like Nadu's pretty good in CDH, but I don't know. I don't fucking know the first thing about that format, right? I'm playing CDH because I miss Among Us. That is really funny. People this angry about Hogak. I wasn't paying attention back then. Everyone seems really angry right now. I don't think so, honestly. I think the thing with Hogak was like we hadn't had we hadn't really had the taste of like bans whenever. And 2, it was the first Modern Horizons set ever. There was like bound to be like power outliers, and like 3 they made concerted. Hogak, like Nadu would have maybe been less embarrassing if pre-Pro Tour they like banned Shuko. They're like, oh, this Nadu deck's really good, and then they banned Shuko, and then 2 months later Nadu's still breaking everything. Then they banned Nadu. That probably would have been closer to like what happened with Hogak. Alright, let's actually run this fucking giveaway, huh? So I can go to the bathroom. Everyone's distracting me.
This time I'm gonna win it.
Alright, we are giving away 120 play points to one viewer in chat who says our whatever code phrase we choose. I was doing ban grief for everything, so we should probably just do grief banned, huh? Or something akin to that.
Grief banned?
Is just grief banned?
Yeah, did you switch your post-its?
Oh, I didn't change the post-its. Remind me of that after I get back to. We're just gonna do grief banned all one word. Not yet. Hang on. Giveaway. All right.
Is it one word?
It is all one word. Grief ban. I'm gonna put it in the title right now. Don't listen to the title right now. It says ban grief still. Giveaway. Type grief banned in chat. And please for the and please for the love of God, someone tell me to get the title off of my screen after I get back, because I always forget to do that, and then the fucking giveaway logo just sits there for like the next 2 matches. It's horrible. Anyway, I'll be right back. Ugh. This time you're gonna win for toast?
This time I'm gonna win for toast. Lily. Ooh, hi cat. Bye cat. Darren, do you want to bring back cat with you?
Cat's right here.
And just scoop her.
Oh, okay.
Scoop her.
Ugh. All right, let us call it. Any last grief band fans in chat? Giveaway. No! He won! It's over! Toast actually won! This is the worst day of my life. Toast finally won one.
This is so good. I prayed for this.
This is the opposite of rigged, chat. If you knew just how much I didn't want Toast to win. This is the opposite of rigged.
Your mortal enemy has won today. This is so funny. Lay down, Lily.
Oh, you just gotta whisper some random name XJ Cloud? I just wouldn't click on it. Don't worry about it. Probably just a spam bot.
He said he loves me.
This is the worst day of my life. Okay, listen, we gotta lay some ground rules here. Having Grief Band doesn't make today a good day. That was the bare fucking minimum. That was the baseline expectation for how this day was going to go. Nothing else has happened that would make this day an above average day. Toast did finally win a giveaway. Unfortunately. Let's finish this league. This has been like the world's longest fucking D&T league. Fixer overlay. Thank you. Thank you. Patrick's got my back. No one else does. Literally everyone else in chat. This hand seems okay, not great. Play tapped Witch Enchanter turn 1. Mountain? Grindstone. Ooh, Painter. What do I want to do if it is... Well, it's obviously Painter. What do I want to do here? Stoneforge. Felia plus Stoneforge. I think I kind of like Felia. Felia sets me up nicely if I draw land for Skyclave, or if I just like Stoneforge for like GTA plus Sash or something. Toast. Shut up. I'll ban you. And I'll call Daybreak and have them delete your 120 play points that I just kindly gave you. We are puppy gaming. Puppy has been pretty bad so far. It might be good here if we're at bland. You didn't have to ban him. You could just time him out, Army. If we rip land here, Puppy will be very good. If we don't rip land here, Puppy will be fine.
Wow, I'm not allowed to time out Army in retaliation.
Yeah, he's a mod.
I'm a mod.
Yeah, you can't.
There's no mod on.
Why is it not unbanning? Oh no, he's gone forever. What have we done?
Oh wait, I cannot ban.
Oh, Ice9 removed the ban on Haha Toast. Alright, nice. Alright, so now we Skyclave the Grindstone, attack with Felia, flicker Skyclave, give him a 1-1. Skyclave comes back, eats the Goblin Engineer. Wait, hang on. Don't they just double block the Felia? Why is Felia so hard to like reasonably use here? They just double block, right? And then what do I do? And then the Felia just dies for the 1-1? I guess I just kill the engineer and then the Skyclave comes back and does nothing then. But like this is where Felia should be really good and it's just so bad. I mean, I guess we could just plow the engineer and like get double Stoneforge here, but like, this fucking card, huh? Like they have Dragon Engine in the yard. I don't hate just getting like Cauldra plus Sash here. Is this a Formula moment? Probably not. I'm always getting Sash. I would maybe think about Formula over like Cauldra or GTA here, but with nothing in the yard. Probably not. Sash is the important one. Attack. It's nice that Felia buffed itself so that we can't just get our whole board furied at least. I think I'm so tied up on mana, I'm just gonna get Cauldra. What if the world of Felia... Yeah, if Felia buffed on attack, like, so much more convenient. The fact that a 2/2 just, like, can't attack into any board state ever is just so infuriating. Alright, we've finally done it. We've set up a position where this fucking Felly is gonna just crush my opponent's soul. We're gonna Skyclave the Welder and attack. And then flicker it, and then do some other cool shit. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing the Felia thing, chat. We finally established the fucking loop. We just kill that one too. Wow, Doggo's so good. Yeah. Unbeatable. They should block with the Goblin Welder here. Yes. It at least forces their hand. What do I cast here? Just the Mom, maybe? It's 4 life worth of 1. Well, like, it forced the Welder to die, right? But, like, in a roundabout way, by the Skyclave coming back. Yeah, I think we just play Mom here. Oh, 4 life worth of 1/1 in terms of, like, chump blocking versus letting it get eaten and potentially getting another 1/1 illusion. I see what you mean. Isn't blocked with Welder, not blocking basically. Well, yeah. It's the difference between gain 4, what Toast just said, gain 4 life. Versus put another 1/1 underneath the Skyclave. It's kind of nice that we can now look at the Skyclave again. It's the same as deciding to block with an illusion. Need to trade 1/1 for 1. I'm not thinking about that any more than I have to. Attack again. Flicker Skyclave. Eat Fable. Play Sash. Eat Dragon Engine. Hold up Path plus Solitude. Seems fine. That chump block seems rather bad. Potentially opponent forgetting how trample works. Do I even care if they bring this thing back? Costs them like 5 fucking mana. I'm just gonna pass. Yoink. You can respond and eat it? Oh yeah, it is an activated ability or whatever, huh? That seems pretty good too. They can get Pithy Needle, really get me. They're just gonna get Grindstone and try to kill me, and then I have 2 removal spells, and then we win. Is there a reason that I should have played Thalia there instead, then? Because now we'd lose to Blast plus Blast. No, we don't, because they don't have nearly enough mana to do all that shit. No, they actually... Yeah, no, they don't. Well, I'll respond to that with... Wait, if I respond with Path, they have 3 mana plus... Blast, right? They have 1, 2, 3, 4 mana. So if I Path, they Blast, I Solitude, they can still activate. There's no reason to activate. Yeah, I was just wondering if I could shoot first to right now while, like, this Saga mana isn't there. 1 card in hand. Oh yeah, they're just literally dead. We're just fine. Overthinking things a lot. So there was, I think, once I decided that the Sash didn't matter, I should have just played the Thalia, right? To play around. If they had Double Blast there, I think I was 1 mana off of dying. It does not feel like a damning sphere matchup. It's like, we saw one city, but they're probably like 1 City Traders plus Ancient Tombs. Not super thrilling. It's mostly just like an Eldrazi / Post / Storm card. Spirits are okay. Spirits are mostly only good against Fable. Maybe we just cut the Spirits. Call it a day. Seems fine. I'll keep this. Definitely a matchup where you don't really want to play your Witch Enchanter's land, but it seems very good. And if we draw some running lands, we don't necessarily have to play it out. This is a Wisp Enchanter land. This is a Wisp Enchanter land. Oh, this is a play Witch Enchanter as a land and then Wisp it. Sure. Interesting. Hey, kitty. I kind of don't want to cast my Stoneforge here, if I'm being honest. Versus no land drop. I think I'd rather just Violet in next to end step. It's not very good, huh? Might be down the road, who knows? Is this a Stoneforge for Sash and cast it turn? Just because the Stoneforge is never going to live. I need to activate the Vial on 2. I'm always getting Sash or Jite. I might as well just give them some bolt targets and then continue to progress my plan. I guess this is a Cast Stoneforge get sash, a hold up sash on the file. Unless I want GTA specifically, which I don't think I do. Bolt. Sure, same thing. Another removal spell? Sure. Still don't care. Now we'll get Cauldra. Ah, they're just dead. Nice. Nice quick one there. My opponent just missed land drops for 3 turns and then died. Finish out the league here. Maybe play a round or 2 of red-white. Ironically, red-white would have been, like, pretty terrible versus... We played it versus, like, 3 non-blue decks. I forgot what round 1 was already. Oh, it was, like, scamless. Scam. Dangerously close to a 4 more moment there. I was gonna say it as soon as my opponent... If they, like, cast a Fury or a Bolt there, I was gonna be like, oh, well, 4 more moment now. Post the deck list, please. It is on Flex Slot and on Stream Decker, which is potentially on your screen if you're not on mobile, but it is also right here if you just want to grab a screenshot that way. Magus is like okay versus... It probably would have been pretty good against the green-black deck, but Magus is like medium against green-white. Take out the wet ball just for you? Nah. Boast stuff is an extremely scary matchup. I want to see how good the card is versus Eldrazi. There's definitely a chance I would play more if Eldrazi is a concern, and the moist orb punches above its weight class a little bit. I'm a little skeptical of it, but I guess that they have like 12 soul lands, right? Something like that. Some just like unreasonable number of cards that it like hinders. Does not hinder Ayavugan, most notably. Win some die rolls. Nice hand. I'm gonna lead Flagstones here. There's a chance I want to Surveil next turn. Just like Flagstones Surveil, cast my 2-drop. Or just don't cast a 2-drop if they're like a Daze deck, potentially. Either way, it'd be nice to Surveil. Bloodstained Mire. Are we about to die, or is this like Grixis Delver? Alright, looks like Grixis Delver. Unfortunately for me, Tameo probably means that I need to cast Spirit, huh? Which means we just Surveil for... White Orchid. Probably not bad versus their deck. Probably 0 to 1 basics. From War Moment. We haven't even played the Stoneforge yet. Let's settle down. It's a 4 more moment, like 2 turns, almost assuredly. I kind of like White Orchid here. I don't know exactly what their list is. They might be on the list with, like, the fucking basic Swamp that I've seen, which is just very bizarre and I don't understand. But turning Vulcan to Swamp is kind of nice. Just because that deck just doesn't feel like it can utilize the swamp very well. It also might just be a complete Stone Rain. It might also just get dazed, and then we have our much better cards to not get dazed down the road. I am going to surveil here regardless, though. Because I want to find removal spells for Frog or Tameo. Float, play, Legend Rule, surveil, cast White Orchid Phantom, target their thing. No, Toast is right. Is he? I mean, I guess this card is good against Tameo.
Yeah, you tell him.
It's a 4/4 moment the instant you get matched into Delver. Force. I'll fucking take that, huh? Next turn we have, like, a lot of 2-drops and a lot of mana. We can get... They don't have dazed, but we also don't get dazed. If this Tameo flips, we have a reasonable contingency plan. Tameo doesn't flip. That's also just very good for us. Extremely confirmed formal war moment. Yes. Alright, fine. You guys win. I think I'm gonna hold up Felia here. Hold up Felia and Violent Spirit. Versus 4 cards in hand. I could also Violent Stoneforge, potentially, if they don't really do anything worth spiriting. Just like holding up all my mana when my opponent has a bunch of mana up as well. They could just crack the clue, but it's also kind of whatever. Could just have Bowmasters. Yeah, that's fine. We can't stop that with Spirit, notably, because it's my turn. Three mana is annoying because it means they can potentially brainstorm into Bowmaster on my Spirited Labyrinth, but it doesn't look like that's happening, so we will cast Felia Exuberant Shepherd. Four cards in hand. Have to imagine a non-zero number of them are removal spells. Well, good job, Felia. You died for the cause. Yeah, very real chance that if I had 4 more in my deck, I could just Violent Stoneforge 4 more back the White Orchid there as just a huge roadblock for the Tameo. But we don't have that luxury. What am I Stoneforging for here, though, is the next question. Is it just Jite? Jite is better than Cauldron here. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll leave this file on 2 very inconspicuously. Solitude's nice. I think I just say go. Hold up the ability to Sash, or Jite, or any combination of, like, Sash, Jite, Spirit, Solitude, honestly. Cast Ponder or Brainstorm or some shit. Come on. I know you want to. Attack for 0, sure. This Tameo is really gonna put me in the dirt a little bit on card advantage. But we'll see how much that actually ends up mattering here over the next couple of turns. Crack Clue. Crack clue? No. Fetch, sure. Murktide? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. It's fine. Did we just ditch the spirit? I guess we'll draw a card first, right? I think I want to put it sash into play, regardless. If we don't draw a white card, I might ditch Spirit to Solitude the Murktide. Equip attack. Do I eat here? They have a Bowmasters, it kind of sucks, right? Kind of sucks a lot. I think we'll just untap. Although, we're sitting on the Spirit for so long. Kind of want to entice them to... Well, there's a much better pitch card. Now we Solitude, Murktide, pitching Stoneforge, or pitching Thalia. I think I'm equipping to Stoneforge here. It really feels like they have a Bowmaster in hand. I might have wanted to eat in response to that fetch, but they're probably going to tap. Yep. This is fine. We just could, like, kill a bunch of their shit. If they block with the Orgar, maybe we get to, like, kill their Dragon's Rage Channeler. I kind of want to put in Spirit right now. Prevent any of these clues from cracking. It's so obvious I have Spirited Labyrinth, though. Yeah, I think I'm gonna actually do that. It's, like, pretty fucking obvious that I have Spirited Labyrinth in my hand this whole time. This denies the ability to, like, crack clue in response, like, you know, whatever. Draw a card for turn, play land, cast Ponder, whatever. I Spirit in response they crack both the clues with the Tameo or some shit. If I stall the Tameo flip for one more turn, then I get to kill it with the Jite. Which, obviously, they can go to my turn and crack these clues one by one through the Spirited Labyrinth, which isn't the best, but I feel pretty far ahead. Thinking lands 8 mulch type deck. Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think the format's pretty wide open outside of, like, Tempo Shells are going to be the best. And then, like, Eldrazi probably pretty relevant role player. Do I just kill this Tameo? Do I just play this Mom? Do I just eat things with Sash? A lot of questions to be had. I think I just play Mom. Kill the Tameo. They have days, they have days. It's not the end of the world for me. That's completely fine. They played Fatal Push, right? Not Lightning Bolt? Oh, well, because they have both. It's a little worse for me, certainly. Do I just kill off my Spirit to Wrath them? Probably. They have one card in hand. This file's going all the way up. No, it's not. Bowmaster on Spirit? No, just Sugar Crack Clue. That's whatever. That's really good. Alright, yeah, I think we're fine cashing in Spirit for DRC, basically. Although, maybe not, because we have Solitude now. Maybe we just don't care about the Dragon's Rage Channeler nearly as much now that we have Solitude and Yorion coming down the pipeline. Just add Yorion to hand this turn. I kind of want to cash in the Spirit before they just find a Bowmaster and just get easy Bowmaster value, but... Spirit could easily just be gumming up the works on a bunch of cantrips that they can't cast. Like, they're slowly making their way through these clue tokens that they got from the Tameo. Or they just have another Blading Bolt. That's fine, I guess. Kind of fine with removal spells killing Spirit when they could also have killed Solitude into Yorion. Casting here. I guess they're just fetching from the Brainstorm. Cast anything like Ponder or just Murktide. Crack a Clue, sure. All these are viable options. It occurred to me that we're still at 20. I was thinking the exact same thing. I was just trying to process why I wasn't that threatened by the Tameo essentially drawing them like 3 or 4 cards this game. And the answer is just that because we're at 18 and it's turn 8. And D&T is much more equipped to beat Delver drawing 3 or 4 cards than it is to beat Delver that has dealt you 10 points of damage. With the Saganjo, too. It's kind of fun. Just Saganjo the Dragon's Rage Channeler, potentially. I just want to Ganja this Dragon's Rage Channeler and wait and step Solitude the Bowmaster if they do nothing. Maybe even just end step put in Yorion because it's unkillable. Hold the Solitude for like a Murktide. They like can't answer a Yorion, right? Their removal spells Fatal Pushes and Lightning Bolts. If they cast Murktide, obviously we Solitude it. But if they don't cast anything, I think I just Yorion for no value. Hold my removal spell for Murktide, because it's the only thing that matters. And before main deck Pyroblast for Yorion, yeah, if they want it that bad, they can have it. I guess we cast first. Play around Daze. Can't really play around anything else ever. They just go like hardcast Force. Yeah, I just truly could not give less of a shit about it. You can have that. I'm gonna save the GT counters if they decide to attack me for one, because I want Yorion to just be able to attack into an 8/8 Murktide. Or block an 8/8 Murktide, potentially. Oh, yeah, I'll kill the shit out of that one. Ooh, is this... Do they have Molten Collapse? No. What's happening? What are they trying to cast? I'd be a little shocked to see Molten Collapse. In their, like, Bolt plus main deck Fatal Push deck. I don't think Delver has room for that much removal. Especially with, like, DRC, Bowmaster, Tameo, Murktide. Guess I'm wrong. This is why I didn't activate. Solitude now? I feel like I might be pressured into solituding now. Just cast Murktide, please. Oh, that works. All right, I'll take that. The game should be over now, I think. I'm pretty surprised that they have all of this stuff. Well, I said the Yorion would be immune to death, but now I think Solitude plus with holding a GT with 3 counters is pretty immune to death there. Yeah, they give up. It's up 420 KU. How's it going? We are indeed celebrating the death of grief. There's a good chance they have 0 basics, huh? Hey, 420 KU, thanks for the gifted sub. Much appreciated. It just feels so weird having 2 equipments in my deck. Like Postboard versus Delver, but Culture's just like so not about it. I have a hard time cutting GTA. Yeah, I mean, in paper, we just had Formal War instead of GTA that game, and just have ran away with it extremely quickly earlier. But, you know, GTA's okay, too. Like, I'm not even, like, the biggest GTA hater in the world. It's just, like, doesn't quite make the cut a lot of the time. Mono White does have a little bit more room for, like flex slots like GTA. Legacy meta, no changes. I mean, one league, you know, like the day of the ban, right? We also saw, like, we did literally see, our first match was against Scamless Scam, which was very funny. What am I cutting? I have so many board ends for Stelfer. There's nothing I want to cut. These Felias are just, like, kind of awful. Felia is very reliant on, like, Felia is, like, kind of good against, specifically, Tamio can help, like, balance that out a little bit, but, like, Felia specifically is reliant on you maintaining a board state and attacking repeatedly, which is just not something that happens a lot in games of Magic against Delver. I think I'm fine with something like this. 4 more Amoto, yeah, fucking please. Please and thank you. Card is so unreal good. This hand is very unreal bad, huh? Is it good enough to keep? Probably not. We have, like, turn 1 Mom, turn 2 Surveil. Solitude to pair with nothing. Just die to, like, anything. Yeah, I'm fucking shipping this hand. What am I doing? I have, like, 8 plows in my deck. Yeah, there we go. I'm not fucking keeping that hand. I have 8 Swords to Plowshares in my deck. Bottomless Witch Enchanter. Yeah, I'll plow that. They have days, they have days. Nice. No days. Worst case scenario would have been, you know, days into Brainstorm. We would have probably died on the spot, but... Oh, nice. The Clutch of Ganjo Castle coming in. Let's go. Do I want to kill this? Probably. Just, like, plow Vial? They have 4 cards in hand? Yeah. I can daze this. It's fine. We've drawn nothing but lands. And also, they didn't have days last turn. They would have to, like, literally have top decked days. There's the Brainstorm. Is Castle a running gag, or do you actually think it's good? I think it is very likely bad, but if you put Felia in the deck, the upside of it does go up enough that I'm willing to, like, try it out a little bit longer. But Felia has just felt wholly unimpressive, like, all day already. And I think Felia is the best reason to convince yourself that a Ganjo Castle is worth playing in mono white. I kind of want to Wasteland them. They missed their land drop, right? They Brainstorm, shuffled, missed their land drop. Played DRC. Kind of in the business of just... killing their shit. I don't think... I'm not pathing this DRC. As much as it makes their cantrips better. You really want to just put your... save your last removal spell for Murktide. Just basically all the time. Felia is only good in dual commander because you... Yeah, very, very true, yes. Your deck is much better when you can always cast Felia on turn 2 every game as your 8th card. If I could companion Felia instead of Yorion, I would probably do that, right? I don't know what I want to draw. Just, like, spells. No. That's a spell. Oh, a Gondro Castle. Protect Thalia from Bowmasters. Let's go. The tech? I guess I'll just put this in sorcery speed. Doesn't matter a ton. Thalia's just gonna get, like, pushed or bolted, and then they're gonna, like, Wasteland my Gondro Castle, and just... it's just gonna be terrible. I really hope they Bowmasters me, though. It'll be so funny. Come on. No one reads a Gondro Castle. Just notice the countdown is still going. Everyone has commented on it. It's going up, and there's confetti. I left it on for today to celebrate. There's confetti because the date got hit. Come on, Bowmaster's me. What could go wrong, opponent? Oh man, Molten Collapse. That's way more annoying. I can't Agandro Castle a Molten Collapse. Yeah, it's whatever. Still not pathing this. Still a 1-1, amusingly. Ooh. Castle unplayable, yeah. Imagine if they had that Bowmaster, though. We would have fucking got their ass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 non-lands in yard. We will just eat one non-land right now. Make playing around Bowmaster a little bit easier. Maybe we'll just eat 2 things. Just go like land double Bowmaster. I just get like kind of hoisted. We'll leave it. There's a potential that like they surveil a creature into the yard or whatever, and they let me like eat their channeler with Lion Sash, or if they do this and they mill a creature or whatever, right? In this case, I will simply eat. They have 2 sorceries, 3 sorceries, bunch of instants, so I can't really take them off of anything. We'll just eat a card. Shrink down their graveyard a little bit.
Lily.
DRC trucking in 3 whole points of damage. Has, you know, surveilled them a decent amount too. Murktide? Frog. Okay. Well, another thing to bank your removal spells for. Amusingly, I probably just have to kill this frog anyway and just leave the DRC. Force blue card, last cards. Get him with the spirit? No. Do they have the basic? Yeah, from them forcing in game 1, my instinct was that they did not have the basic. Alright, they can always kill Spirit with Bowmaster, so attacking is free. Was I supposed to block, actually? I just wasn't even thinking about that. Probably not.
Lily.
They've decided that they should stop attacking. Very funny. I don't think I want to cast Yori into the Daze, especially because it costs me 3 life. I think I'm fine just playing land tapped and saying go. I think the long game favors me. Not bad. Shoot them off of red. Get them to commit a Force of Will. Ding. You got it. Float that mana, opponent. I believe in you. Alright. Feeling pretty good about our current situation. We now have an attacker, too. This White Orchid Phantom. Get in the red zone to draw Fatal Push, Bowmaster. Fatal Push, probably targeting the Spirit. Yep. Really want to find a land so we don't get the Yori on Dazed. Really feels like there's a good chance Dazed is in their hand. Milled Brainstorm. Interesting. I guess they just wanted, they valued Surveil 2 over keeping it and then getting it off the pond or whatever. They're mana tight too, they might want to just hit land drops. Yeah, White Orchid Phantom's really fucked up for Grixis Delver. I'm hoping this deck sticks around more than the blue-black tempo deck does. The one that just plays like basic island, basic swamp. Because White Orchid Phantom, especially with Form Aware, is just like really gross versus deck. They did not. They did not shuffle. They're just dazing to mill. Oh, I should have attacked first. Fair enough. Well, I just won't attack. I don't think that 2 damage is going to bite me, but definitely should have attacked first and played Mon Main too. Now we draw the second White Orchid Phantom, and then they have to attack the DRC into it. We laugh. Five cards in hand. I really feel like my opponent's just going to Force of Will this Yorion if I shock in Witch Enchanter, or bolt in Witch Enchanter, cast Yorion around Daze. Really just feels like we're going to get Force of Willed. It's a world that I might actually just block Activate Mom. Double dazed even. Well, they burned one of the dazes, so less confident in that. Yeah, going to 10 doesn't seem super appealing to me. I think they should have made White Orchid Phantom legendary, huh? You bounce it with Caracas. Yeah, Mom being Healing Salve, definitely nice. Aw, man. Stop it. Upkeep Wasteland me? Sure. End step Wasteland me. Playing around Solitude, that makes some sense. Oh, well. If I'm playing around Force of Will, I should not attack. Be Dazes 2 and 3. Which I'm also pretty fine with. I was making so much fun of this DRC, and I'm just sitting here with my this Path to Exile in my hand the whole game, and we might just like die to this DRC. Sometimes saving your removal spells isn't worth it. But really feels like my opponent should have cast a Murktide Regent by now, so you never know. Did they top on that other one? Okay, they kept their card on top. I mean, yeah, we just have like plenty of top decks to end this game. I'm tempted to not activate the Mom this turn. Yeah, Murktide 100% vamps Tears to the top of their deck as soon as I cast Path on the DRC, for sure. I think I'm still going to block. Bowmaster the Mom. Kind of fine. Fatal Push the Phantom. Fatal Push the Mom, sure. We're gonna draw Stoneforge. I'm gonna be really mad that we don't have Formalware in our deck. Yeah, that works. Form a wall. A wall of flying first strikers. Kill your shit. Consigned to memory? Wow, they got my ass. I mean, I guess it's, like, fine, right? It counters like, Evoked Solitude, like, eats, like, a huge Yorion Flicker. If you have bad cards, I guess it's, like, probably fine to board in. But wow, that card does not look exceptional. I think I'm just always double blocking here and eating shit to a removal spell, huh? If they cast removal spell, I might cast the Path. The important part of Stifle, yeah. But Stifle's always, like, pretty mid against D&T, but yeah. It's, like, good enough. If you have worse cards. Nice. Good job, White Orchid Phantoms. They didn't have it. And now we get to start attacking. Ooh, hell yeah. We take those. Fucking send it. Eight turns down blood reward for not Path the DRC. We'll see if it's rewarded, right? They got so many surveils off that thing. Immediately have Bowmaster, of course. I thought I would only attack him with one, but I thought the odds of them having Bowmaster on this turn cycle specifically were fairly low, but it's fine. We take a little bit of damage, then we start attacking with only one. We also just could race them here. They are the bolt deck, so that's kind of not a great proposition, but we also just, like, draw anything like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Awkwardly cannot play around Daze very well, but maybe we just cast the Solitude right now. And then port. Fourth Daze, they'll never have it. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely right. 0% chance they have the fourth Daze in their hand. I also might just not cast the Solitude, right? Just fucking go to 8, who cares? If they cast Murktide, I just Path, untap. So, maybe I should have Solitude if that was the case. I just want to play around Force of Will, like Murktide plus Force. Frog. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we don't cast the Path just so I have an excuse to Solitude. No. This Path we've been sitting on since, I think, literal turn 1.
Oh, Dog's here.
Alright, we did it. 4-1. Not bad. That was a really fucking long league. I mean, I know we stopped for like a lot of rants and talking about the format and stuff, but man, that league took forever. I was gonna play a second league, but absolutely the fuck not now. Nice 4-1 though. Lost to the green-black, like, lands, like, the green-black Saga deck. Lost partially to time, but also we just kind of got aggroed down in that third game anyway. But list felt clean. The Felia, I really don't get it. I want to get it. My heart goes out to the people that like Felia in D&D and think it's very, like, good. I just truly don't. I just don't see it at all. These Felias just consistently underperformed. It, like, we got to, like, hammer our fucking painter opponent to death with it, but that's also because, like, it was really awkward to set up in that instance anyway, of, like, it had, like, being able to attack into basically anything. Like, it's so hard to use with Skyclave Apparition. It has to be, like, exactly Recruiter of the Guard or, like, White Orchid Phantom in the matchups where White Orchid Phantom is good. I just don't get it.
No, stay there.
It has all the right words on it to be the D&T poster child. I mean, it's got most of them. The issue is that it just needs to attack and have other things in play. And D&T is, like, so happy in board states where you get to go 2-drop into 3-drop and go into the red zone, and, like, you're not having any other problems in this game. You weren't, like, forced to react to your opponent's stuff. Your opponent's not, like, killing any of your things. Everything's just going great when you curve Failure into Recruiter and your opponent casts nothing. I really don't get it. It's not even, like, people keep telling me it's good against Saga, and then we played against Saga, and it's like, well, I can't attack into Saga tokens because they will just block the Felia. And then, sure, maybe I killed one of the Saga tokens. Like, maybe they activate Saga, untap, activate Saga again, get their thing, and then I have Felia, and I attack with it, kill one of the tokens, and then they block with the other token, and then I don't know. I really, trying my best to empathize with the people that wanted to play this card. I truly do not see it. Thorn -2 Thalia. You want multiple Thalia? I barely want to put Thalia in my deck. I'm pretty far away from putting Thorn of Amethyst in my deck. What would I run instead? Yeah, I'll talk about that. Continuing my rant about the list, I guess. White Orchid Phantom looked really good in the matchups where you'd expect White Orchid Phantom to look good in, right? It was, like, really good against Delver, pretty good against, like, the little Saga Dirtle piles. Pretty clunky in matchups where your opponent has, like, 2 basics, which is most of them, unfortunately. If you're a mono-white believer, you better pray to the fucking, MTG gods that Grixis Delver is the winner of the, like, tempo fight and not blue-black tempo stuff. Not, like, the blue-black Nether Goyf Tameo Frog deck. Because if the blue-black tempo deck is king, White Orchid Phantom stocks fall off so fucking hard, it is unreal. White Orchid Phantom lives and dies by how many decks are playing, how many, like, of the top tier decks are going to be playing multiple basics. And I expect most of the Nadu decks to be playing multiple basics. Eldrazi will be on 2 basics for, like, the foreseeable future. They'll be on the Forest and the Waste. Just any of the control decks are going to be on 2 basics almost all the time. Like, the Beans decks are probably going to be playing basic Plains, basic Island. Notably, White Orchid Phantom's still okay against Beans, even with 2 basics, because you can cut them off of colors sometimes. Yeah, Nadu's pretty consistently on Forest, Island, Plains. What if Post is a top 3 deck? Yeah, then, like, White Orchid Phantom will be really good. If Post is really good, if Eldrazi's really... And, like, notably, White Orchid Phantom's still pretty good against Eldrazi, right? Because you're blowing up a soul land and giving them a normal land. So you are still taking them down a mana. And when you have a deck with 4 White Orchid Phantoms, 4 post-board Path to Exiles, and potentially, like, Formalware to get back White Orchid Phantoms, you can eventually blow up enough of their lands that they stop having basics. So, like, if Post is good, if Eldrazi's good, if Grixis Delver very specifically is good, I suspect that mono white stocks are very high, and that, like, White Orchid Phantom's a really good card that you want to main deck, and it's just a great option. But If that's not the case, if there are decks that like just have basics, if there's a bunch of like Nadu and Control and blue-black tempo with basic island, basic swamp, White Orchid Phantom drops off really hard for me, and I would start looking at splash lists more. That being said, I don't think this is right. I don't think if we just cut the Ganjo Castle and then like play the Plains or whatever, because the Ganjo Castle is bad. If we just play 4 spirits, that feels like way too much. Like 4 spirit, 4 Thalia is probably too aggressively hedging for the blue decks and not good enough versus the random not blue stuff. But I don't really know what else you'd even play. You can put White Orchid Phantom in a splash build. You can, but it just like I don't really want to put White Orchid Phantom in my Magus the Moon deck very much. And like in the Black Splash builds, like we had White Orchid Phantoms in the sideboard because you brought them in when they were good, but we played other main deck cards because they were like better in the matchups, like just overall, right? If I were playing a Black Splash, I'd rather be playing like Emperor of Bones or Orcish Bowmaster and play White Orchid Phantom in the sideboard and bring it in where I wanted it versus stuff like Eldrazi or Saga decks or Post or like Doomsday or whatever. I don't know what you would. You could play like the second Path main. You could play it. I've thought about second Sash main even, especially online, where if your Sash dies, it's just like gone forever. You can't form Laura back. Second Sash is definitely pretty defensible. Just like nice versus like Delver versus the blue black deck too. Wrath of the Skies felt pretty impressive. Just like it covers a wide variety of matchups. It is a little awkward in your deck filled with tiny creatures and artifacts, obviously. Like we saw versus the Green-White Depths when we drew it. It was awkward. It blew up our own Vial, which was turned off by the Oof, and it blew up our own Mom. But it killed like 2 Reclaimers plus Dryad Arbor, I think, plus fucking Oof, whatever. Yeah, Oof, and we already had the Cauldron play, so it killed our own Stoneforge. It didn't really matter. I wouldn't be surprised if Wrath like is like a pretty reasonable 2-0, depending on if like those like little piddly creature stuff. If like Painter's big, if like the random green Slizzy decks are big, if like the core Nadu deck, like the Nadu Elves deck, picks up, or even like it's okay versus the other Nadu decks too, because you can clean up Shukos and Nomads and stuff pretty cleanly with it. So I wouldn't be surprised if you could just play some like more Wrath of the Skies. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know. I don't super see the path forward on what I want these last flex slots to be in mono white, rather than I'll probably just start with just 4 Spirit Labyrinth in my deck and go from there. The deck will probably be too slanted towards beating blue decks and not enough to beating the non-blue decks, and that's a very legitimate concern that I wouldn't really know how to fix very well. Sideboard's obviously going to be a work in progress for a while until the meta settles down. You could play the Fairy over like the 3rd Surgical. I've gone back and forth. When I think Fairy is more playable, I'll play Fairy. I just defaulted to a bunch of Surgical Extractions because I want the effect more, and you don't recruit her for Fairy very often unless Reanimator is very big, and I didn't expect Reanimator to be very big in the Fallout here. And you want Surgical more versus decks that aren't like just Reanimate decks, right? Surgical's nice versus Doomsday, decent versus other combo decks. Can come in like slightly more fair matchups where it's better than Macabre, like versus Life from the Loam decks, potentially Uro decks, depending on how they're built, stuff like that. I think that's about the end of my spiel about how I feel. Like, it felt good. We went with 4-1. Like, Rashad Port showed up and was pretty nice multiple times. Like, the package of, like, when your mana denial stuff is good and you can be like a White Orchid Phantom Rashad Port Wasteland deck, it's really cool. And it's very powerful. Like, you can, like, choke your opponents out of mana sometimes. And I think this deck is, like, pretty fine. I'm looking forward to trying the red Splashless next. What is likely going to happen tomorrow for our regularly scheduled stream is we're going to play some red-white D&T in the prelim if it fires, and then we'll probably play some, like, Ocelot Pride Guide of Souls brews in leagues, just, like, try testing some stuff out. I have a lot of ideas about how to build those decks, and I don't know which ones are actually good, so I just kind of need to start jamming leagues. Conclusion D&T best. D&T bad play cloud post. Yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, I guess I didn't mention that. Elegant Parlor actually just showed up multiple times. It was awkward in opening hand once, but like, I don't know, flagstone, like the flagstones, the double flagstone situations or the white orchid phantom flagstone situations came up a few times, and we got to surveil. I think it might be worth. Jury's still out on that one, but definitely worth fiddling with. Let's figure out someone to host, someone to raid. Death and Energy. I don't know how D&T the Ocelot Pride decks will be. I expect closer to like a mono white stompy deck, but probably not an Ancient Tomb deck, but just like a very aggressive mono white deck that may or may not be playing Chrome Mox, may or may not be playing like Aether Vial to accelerate getting your stuff in play. But that will be for a different day. Well, I guess we'll see what those lists look like tomorrow, and I'll talk a lot about that. Anyway. Thanks everybody for watching. Gonna go raid Jarvis here. As always, if you want to support the channel, you can do a number of things. You can follow me here. Extremely free to do. You can follow me on Twitter as well. My Twitter links are down below, and everything's XJCloud. Subscribe to me on YouTube. Also free. You can also subscribe here on Twitch. If you have Twitch Prime, if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. Now that Legacy is fixed, quote unquote, I will probably be cranking out sideboards again for different decks that I enjoy playing. So sideboard guides are available for all subscribers. So if you're looking for D&T sideboard guides, I will likely have one put together probably in the next week or two here for like a mono white list or a red white list, whatever I'm really liking in the D&T world. And we'll continue adding more sideboard guides coming up for Eternal Weekend as time goes on. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching, and I'll be back at my normal time tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central Time. We'll be playing some more mono white, or maybe not mono white, maybe some more Death and Taxes adjacent stuff. Thanks everybody.